Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to OnQ Training. My name is Max Bow, and I'll be your trainer for today. I'd like to personally thank you for joining us. I understand that most of you have a very busy schedule, and I appreciate you for making the time to be here. Lewis,
Yes, good morning. How are you doing?
good morning. Good morning. Is everybody here? I'm showing six
Let's
people.
see. Trying to see. Yes, I believe so.
Great, great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started, and I'll start off with a little housekeeping. Please make sure your name is spelled correctly in the Zoom feed. The reason is because at the end of training today, you'll be receiving a certificate, and the name that's listed in the participant section is what I use to put on the certificate. Now, this is a certificate, a digital certificate of completion in the OnQ fundamental training. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give you a breakdown for our training today. The training is broken down to 5 modules. Each module is approximately 45 to 50 minutes. Basically, we start with the user interface, then we move into adding documents, exhibits. After that, we'll be covering notebooks and presenting. And the last 2 hours, we'll be going over designations and videos. After each lesson, we'll have a Q&A followed by a 10-minute break. For the Q&A, we'll take as much time as needed. As long as you have questions, I will address them. However, if you're confused about something, just turn on your mic and say, "Hey, Max, I have a question." Or if you have a comment, if you have experience with it, just go ahead and just give me your comment. This is perfectly fine because this is your training. This is a judgment-free environment, and your question will help all of us and let us know if everyone's on track. Now, after the Q&A, we'll have a 10-minute break. This is for your phone calls, emails, catching up with the office. And what I'll do is I'll have a 10-minute timer on the screen to best help manage your time. In addition, this is being recorded, so you'll be getting a video of today's training. Most likely, you'll be getting a link tomorrow. And you'll be able to go through it and review it at your own pace. Also, in that email, with the video link, you also get a link to the certified user test. This is not an easy test. Some people have to take it 5 times before they pass it, and it is a 30 minutes with 64 questions, and you could take the test as many times as you like. What I'll be covering is approximately 80 to 85% of that test. The other 15, 20%, you probably have to go to the the OnQ support website, look up some of the stuff in there, and get your answers that way. The other way is to actually open up OnQ. You have to open OnQ and try some of the features and functions and check out what some of the options are, because that's where some of the questions are going to ask you. All right, objective for today is to provide you with a fundamental understanding of the OnQ software, and this includes the features and functions of the software. Now, before I get started, does anyone have any questions? Everybody's mic okay? Everybody's mic check?
Yes, I'm having trouble with my camera, but my mic works. This is Victoria.
Oh, hi, Victoria. Dale, you good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. How about Josh? I know that you just popped back in again. Are you okay? Everything good?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great, great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. So most of today, you'll be on my share screen, and you'll be able to see how we do things in OnQ. Now I'm going to go ahead and launch OnQ. Now, when we launch OnQ, you get the splash screen, but I also have an update. Ask me, hey, do you want to do an update? I do not want to do an update right now. So let's go ahead and close that. And this brings us to the splash screen. The splash screen is good for 3 reasons. One is the current version number. It is important to know what version of the software you're on. and the version number is right here. I'm on version 4.4.974. That is the latest public release. Okay, and you should be on that. Now, if you're emailing support about an issue that you're having, and that issue may have been fixed, and if you're a couple versions behind, well, we need to update your version. 2 is the recent cases. Anytime you open a case in OnQ, it will be listed here as a shortcut to that case, and it is just an easy way to get there. Now, you also have the option to clear the recent case list. This does not delete your data, okay? It's just getting rid of the shortcut. That's all it does. 3 is, what do you want to do? Do you want to create a new case or open a previous case? And that's what these buttons are for right here. I'm going to go ahead and create a new case. And this brings us to a new case window. Now, you can name the case whatever you want. It doesn't matter what you name the case. It can be plaintiff v. defendant. It's completely up to you. However, the case name will appear at the bottom of some reports, so your client may see the case name. I'm going to go ahead and name the case Tuesday, since today's Tuesday. This brings us to location. Location is where the case folder is stored or where it is saved at. This is important. You can build your case anywhere you want. You can save it on your C drive, your D drive, your external hard drive, network drive, or server. For best practice, I recommend building your case locally. Now, in my case, I have D drive right here. Let's take a look at my computer, how it's set up. On my disk computer, here's my C drive and my D drive. Both of these are my local drive. This E drive right here, that's my external hard drive. It's a USB-C external hard drive. So I'm going to select D, select folder. Now, please be aware, if you save on your local drive, there's a lot less point of failure. OnQ is not a cloud-based software. It is on-premise software. You do not need to be on the internet to use OnQ. Let me repeat that. You do not need to be on the internet to use OnQ. I'm going to go ahead and create case. All right, this brings us to the user interface. Before going any further, Louis, do you guys use any cloud syncing services like Dropbox, Google Drive, or OneDrive?
We use OneDrive.
Okay. So about the cloud syncing services, we do not recommend using it when you're building a case. But if you already built your case already and you want to share it with your coworkers, that's fine. Okay. Now, with the cloud-based syncing services type Dropbox and OneDrive, what happened is that they're syncing in the background, and the connection speed varies when you try and share files that way. If you have to have a group of people want to work on the same case together, we do have hot seaters in a war room. They'll have a network drive, and they're all working as a team from the network drive. So yes, that's good. You could do that, but we don't recommend using the cloud syncing services live. If you're just sharing, that's fine. All right, I hope that makes sense. Again, for best practice, I recommend building your case locally on your machine or an external hard drive. All right, so I went ahead and built on my D drive. I'm going to go ahead and open File Explorer. I'm going to go to my D drive. Here's my D drive, and Tuesday right here on the bottom.
Wait, how did you open that?
Oh, I went to a File Explorer.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't know if it was on the software. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Good question. I appreciate that. Now, what happened is that from the new case window, remember I said, okay, build it on Tuesday, my case folder, right? I call it Tuesday. And it's on my D drive, okay? And I just want to show you what OnQ has created. OnQ created all these files for you in the background, okay? There's a underscore audio visuals, underscore documents, underscore sync videos, underscore transcripts, and underscore treatments. So there are 5 underscore folders and 2 SQL data files, okay? This is what everything that you put into OnQ is going to wind up in one of these folders. One way or another, it will be in one of these folders. Whether you want it there or not, OnQ will put it there for you. This is what we call the back end of OnQ. And we will talk more about this stuff later in the next lesson when we start adding stuff to OnQ. Now, everything's self-contained in this one folder, Tuesday. Now, this brings us to the user interface, or UI. We called it the production side of OnQ. Everything happens here on your laptop screen, view only by you and not anyone else. This is especially true when you're in a courtroom. With a dual monitor setup or multi-monitor setup, no one should be able to see this screen except for you. This is your work area, and this is the production side of OnQ. Now, we're going to go ahead and take the time and go through this and show you how this works and where everything is. Because once you know the lay of the land, it gets a little easier to navigate through the system. It's never been a user not knowing what to do or how to do something. It's always been a user not knowing where to go. And if you don't know where to go, that's that's a hindrance right off the bat. I'm going to go ahead and start at the very top. Oh, before I do that, notice all the text and icons are kind of small. I'm going to go ahead and adjust this. So I'm going to go to Edit, Preferences, and right here is UI scaling, user interface scaling. I'm going to set it to 150%. All right, hit OK. A lot better. Now you guys can see it better, right? Okay, I'm going to start at the very top and work my way down. So the first thing I do is I always want to make sure I'm in the right case. Right there's Tuesday, my case folder. Right next to it is the directory path. Now the cool thing about the directory path is if you hover over it, it gives you a set of instructions telling you to hold down your control key on your keyboard and mouse click. And this will go to your case folder. Okay, this is just a shortcut to your case folder. It is very useful when you're building a case or while you're in trial. You would go back to your case folder for whatever reason to get something, to look at something, to add something, who knows. But you'll go there many times. Close that out. Now, underneath it, right here, this bar from the Add Media, oops, wrong tool. Okay, there it is. From the Add Media button all the way down, this is my workflow ribbon. Okay, the workflow ribbon, well, what is the workflow ribbon? The workflow ribbon is designed to give you the ability to go in and do a job without having opened a bunch of windows to do it. Let me give you an example. Link docs to video. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. These are all 6 windows that I need to do that particular job. Now, I'm going to go ahead and click on Create Edit Designations. And these are the 3 windows that I need to do that particular job. Now, I could manually open them without clicking these buttons in the workflow ribbon. Let me show you. Go to View, And right here is the designation editor. Go to view, and I need the transcript viewer. I don't need the viewer window. There, now I have create edit designations, the default layout for that. Now all of our windows are separate modules. And these windows are movable, scalable, dockable, and lockable. Scalable, see? We could size it up and down, okay? And they're also movable. Now, if I wanted to, let's say, put it on the bottom part right here, just go to the arrow and rescale it. And they're dockable. There, okay. Now, the thing about the workflow ribbon is that it's sticky. Let's say that I have it, all the windows all over the place, and I want to go back to the default layout. All I have to do is click on Create Edit Designations, and it will go back to the default layout. Now, earlier I said that it is lockable, and what I mean by that is if you go to View, and right here, Lock Panes in Place. I'm going to go ahead and check that. So it's checked right now. Now I cannot move them. However, they're still scalable. Let me go ahead and unlock that. That would bother me. Okay, so now it's unlocked. Now, I could manually open another window. Let's say properties right here. I want to put it on the bottom. Let's say I have to do a particular task, and to maximize efficiency, I had a layout designed that, okay, this works for me. This is great. I work more efficiently because I have my properties windows right down here. I can see exactly what and I'm doing a particular task, and it works great for me. Now, let's say Lewis taps me on the shoulder and tells me, hey, Max, I need you to do another task. Okay. And I don't want to rebuild this workspace. So what I can do is go to Custom and save this workspace. I'm going to call it Tuesday. So now I'm going to go do another task. And when I get back to it, I can go to Custom and select Tuesday. And there's my original layout that I created. In addition, when you go to Custom, there's Open Workspace folder. There's Tuesday. I can attach that to an email, send it to Lewis, and he could use my workspace I designed. All he has to do is open it from Custom, open the workspace folder, and just paste it in here, and he'll be able to have the workspace I designed. That's how I got the Star Buckaroo one from a coworker. All right. Now, there's this button, arrow. You can hide your workflow ribbon and show your workflow ribbon. The reason I'm bringing it up is because I was on the support channel and somebody said, hey, I can't find my workflow ribbon. It's gone. Something's wrong with OnCue. And yeah, people do accidentally click on that. All right. To sum it up, the workflow ribbon allows you to perform tasks with the windows that you need to do the job. And we'll talk more about these windows in a little while. So this is the workflow ribbon. Next to the workflow ribbon is the display area. And that is right here. Now, what is displays? The displays are where my evidence, video, documents, or whatever is going to be presented. Right here, I have display 2, 2, 3. Oh, it's all numbers is all over the place. Now, whichever monitor I select, I'll highlight is where the evidence or document is going to go. So right now, display 2 is where my evidence is going to go. I'm going to rename this. I'm going to call this jury monitor or presentation monitor. So right there, that's jury monitor. Display 2 primary, that's actually my laptop screen. So I'm going to call that laptop. And display 3, that's actually a Zoom. So I'm going to go ahead and call that Zoom. Okay, right there. Now, another way to get the display, you got to go View, Other. There's displays right there. Same thing, except I can't rename over here. Now, I can select them. I can go, okay, have it display when I'm about to present something. I could go to the Zoom monitor and the jury monitor, both. But I just want to, when I do present, I'm going to just select this one, jury monitor. Now look at the layout. Notice that how the jury monitor is dropped down a little bit. That layout, I did that in Microsoft Windows display settings. Okay, this has nothing to do with OnCue because OnCue gets its information from display settings. All the display names, display 1, 2, 3. OnCue gets that information from Microsoft Windows display settings. All right, let me go ahead and minimize that. Oh, close it out. Now, I have 3 monitors on this machine, and only 3 monitors are showing. The only monitors that OnCue will support are the monitors that are directly connected to this machine. Let's say that you're in a courtroom that has 10 monitors, and you're connected to that courtroom system. This does not mean you have 10 monitors over here. It means you only have one because you have only one connection to that courtroom system. You do not have control over those monitors individually. The only thing you can control individually is what's coming out of your machine, because that's what Microsoft Windows recognize. All right, next up is the Publish button, and that is located right here. Now, the hotkey for Publish is F5. So you can hit F5 or Publish. And what does the Publish button do? Well, first, we do not use the word present. We use the word publish because that is what they say in trial. Your Honor, may we publish to the jury. This is the correct word used at court. Now, this is what the Publish button does. When I have a document in this viewer window, I'm trying my best to draw a document, and you go over and press Publish, this in turn will present to the monitor that you have highlighted or pre-selected. And that, in my case, that is the jury monitor. And this is how everything works. I'll show more later when we in our next lesson when I start doing presenting. Next up is the media bar. Now, what is the media bar? The media bar is where everything is housed. So anything you add into OnCue, it will be available in the media bar. Now we have everything in tabs for you here. You have the Documents tab, Audio Visual, Transcripts, Designations, Media Scripts, and Notebooks. All this stuff is here, and you'll see more about this in the next lesson. Let me go ahead and put it back on Documents tab. Next is the viewer window. Your viewer window is designed to be the heart and soul of OnCue. This is where everything works, right here. And you'll see more about the functions in the next lesson. What I'm going to show you right now is right here in the toolbar. When you right click on it, you can customize some of the stuff in here. Now, toolbar size, go to custom size, and right there you can enlarge or minimize it a little bit, make it smaller. I'm going to leave it at 100%. And of course, everything has to do with your laptop screen size. You know, there's so many various sizes and it's limited real estate. So you get to choose what is best, works best for you. And right on the bottom of that is customize toolbar. Now, some of these tools, we got the text tool right here, the polygon, and the ellipsis. We can turn each one of those individually off. You know, if you know, like, hey, you know what, I never use a text tool, so let's turn it off. And you have that option. Whatever you can do to maximize your space and efficiency. All right, as I'm going in between the media bar and the viewer window, you notice that there is a white outline around each window, right? When I'm clicking on, it lights up. And this is what we call focus. This is one of the most important points in this lesson. These windows work together, but they function independently of each other. That means each window has its own set of commands and its own things that it can do. For instance, if I right click on the viewer window, you see that there's 6 options available. And when I right click on the media bar, there's a lot more options available. It's because these windows work differently and they work independently. So if you're not clicking the right window, some commands will not be available. And I do this. Let me give you an example. When I'm in the media bar, there's a command, X, as in X-ray. Watch what happens when I hit X. You hear that? I'm clicking on X, nothing happens. Now when I'm in the viewer window, I hit X. Look on the bottom left right there, that yellow bar shows up. That's because the X command works in the viewer window and not in the media bar. So why am I bringing this up? Because I'll have people telling me, hey, there's something wrong on cue. It's not working right. I'm using the command. Yeah, it's because you're in the wrong focus. I do that too. I'm demonstrating and I'm saying, oh, yeah, just hit X and, oh, wait a minute, nothing's happening. Okay, I'm in the wrong focus. It just takes practice, building up muscle memory, and in order to work faster, yes, you do use the commands, the hotkeys. They do make you work more efficiently and faster. All right, the next place I want to talk about is probably the most important menu in on cue, and that is the help menu up here. The first one is about on cue. What this does is tells you your license ID, installation ID, your subscription, and when your subscription expires. This is meaningful to people on a monthly subscription, and you can see exactly when the subscription is about to expire. Now, the next one is so important, you won't know it till you need it, and that is the On-Cue Support Center. Now, earlier I said, hey, you do not need the internet to use On-Cue. That is true. Now, if you want to get support, you do need the internet. Now, if you notice, our support page is laid out just like the user interface. You got the media bar, and the first button right here, the first tab is documents and all the articles underneath it for documents, followed by audio visuals, transcripts, designations, media scripts, notebooks, and presentation. Now, for instance, adding documents. If you want to do that, let's go ahead and go click on this article. It gives you step-by-step instructions and pictures and diagrams on how to do something. Now, sometimes when you email support, they will refer you to one of these pages. Not all the time, but sometimes. And it could be like, hey, here's an article for what you're looking for. And let's say this article is not good enough or doesn't help you at all. Go ahead and email support again. The support team they're really good at what they do. They're professionals. It's not a call center. Some of them are still hot seaters, okay? And they have lots of experience. I've seen them work firsthand. Now, how do you get to support? Right here, contact on cue brings us to a website. And right here, support at onqtech.com. Now, we only do email support because it is a team. And when we get the email, everybody gets it. Whoever is best qualified, we'll discuss them on ourselves first. And whoever's best qualified will respond. And they know what you're going through, because I've seen some weird cases where, hey, this transcript's not working. And we take a look at the transcript and, oh, wait, page 5 only has 24 lines. I mean, who would have seen that coming? So those guys have experience. They know what they're doing. All right, I'm going to go ahead and skip the hotkey reference guide. I'll go back to that. I'm going to go to version history. Now, our version history just tells you what version did what and what new features we have. This one right here is the one I'm on, 0.974. Yes, this was a major one. That was a lot of fixes. Okay, and you can go this at your own pace whenever you want to. All right, next up is the check for updates. Earlier when I opened up my on cue before the splash screen, hey, do you want to update? Yeah, update takes approximately, anywhere from a minute to 10 minutes. It just depends on how substantial that update is. And it does take time. So, I said no, but later on at the end of the day, if you have time, just go to help, check for updates, and you can do update then. Now, you also have the option to roll back to previous versions. Okay, if you have trouble with the current version, you can roll back, and it's available right here. Now, I'm on the developer side, on the developer track, okay? And yes, we beta test them, battle test them. Actually, there's some hot seaters there on live. They're going in trial with the latest version, and they know what they're doing, and they're testing it out. Now, this latest version right here, 998, we're testing out exhibit stickers. Do you guys use exhibit stickers?
Yes, that's actually useful to have.
All right. I've been watching them develop this exhibit stickers. There are so much debate over just one button, one feature. They want to make it right. Do you want rounded corner? Do you want to give them to have the rounded corner, the size of text, the fonts? And like, oh, do you want it to be able to adjust the opacity? What? There's so many things. And yeah, that's why it takes time for any features to come out. It has to be tested. We have so many inputs telling us, hey, you have to do it better this way. Nope, you can't do it that way. Like the new feature we have, which is available to you guys, that is the mark as omitted. Have you guys used that one yet?
I'm not.
Okay, I'll go over that mark as omitted later. And I saw the development for that one too. Oh, that was a lot of debate on that one too. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close this. And we're going to go to hotkey reference guide. Now, there's something really cool about the hotkey reference guide. It is an Adobe PDF that allows you to take this document and print it out and have it next to your computer as a guide or a cheat sheet. And I'll be using hotkeys during the lesson. And I'll tell you when I'm using hotkeys. Hotkeys can increase your speed and efficiency using on cue. And I want to show you something really cool. Right up here, it says clear viewer. Okay. And the hotkey for that is escape. Now, the clear viewer button is right here on the bottom right of the viewer. Oops. right there. That's the clear viewer button on the bottom right. Now, if I have a document in the viewer, I can click on that button right there, or I could hit escape to clear it. Now, let's say that I'm working with another software for a very, very long time, and I don't use escape. I use another hotkey. I use Control K. And you know what? I use a lot of different hotkeys or commands, and I want to customize it to the way I want to make it work for me. So you can go to Edit, Preferences, and right there is hotkeys. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And here's the first one, Clear Viewer. The instruction says double click to edit the hotkey. So let's go ahead and double click Clear Viewer. And I'm going to do Control K and select Save Changes. All right, Clear Viewer is now Control K. I'm going to hit OK. So now I'm working, doing my task, and Lewis again taps me on the shoulder and says, "Hey, Max, I don't want you on this case anymore. Go ahead and give your laptop to Dale." Okay, Dale takes over, and he's working on Q and realizes, you know what? None of the commands are working. Something's wrong with this on Q. So what does he do? He goes to Help, go to Hotkey Reference Guide, and he'll know that, oh, Max changed the hotkeys. Right there, Clear Viewer, Control K. Yes, a hotkey reference guide is live. It updates with whatever the current commands are. So Dale can print this out, and he could learn all the new hotkeys, or go ahead and reset it. So let's go ahead and reset my hotkeys.
And this is just local to this version. Again, as you said, like we don't need the internet for that. That reference guide is just for your local version of OnQ. It'll
Yes.
just update yourself if you update the hotkeys.
Yes. It's for this computer. Yep.
Okay.
Good question. I mean, good comment. Thank you. So go to, yes.
Sorry. Can you just show again where you found the hotkey PDF? I just missed that.
Oh, okay. Right here at Help,
Okay.
Hotkey Reference Guide.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to go to Edit, go to Preferences, and right here is Hotkeys, and this is where I'm going to reset everything. Now, this is general commands. Reset to default. There's other commands. Here's annotation commands, designation commands, media commands, and its own section to reset. And here's playback commands and presentation commands. I'm going to hit OK. So now I reset back to Escape for Clear Viewer. What program are you guys using right now?
I know we have trial director, but I don't know if anyone's ever.
Okay.
Yeah, the background to this is Luis has a trial coming up, and it's a budget conscious case, and so he's doing the hot seat stuff, but no one in our firm has ever done. We always just hire a hot seat operator. So
Oh, okay.
so Luis is sort of learning on cue, and then because he had to do this training, we just figured might as well get as many people to learn it as possible. So I think
Good
as
idea.
Josh said, I don't think any of us has really ever tried anything else before. This is all sort of new.
Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Before we have a break, I'm going to talk about license and about the OnQ license. I'm going to go ahead and open up my File Explorer, and I'm going to go to my desktop. Okay, in my desktop, I have a case sample data folder. Now, case sample data folder is my collection of things that I need to demonstrate the lesson. In your situation, it could be something like, hey, your coworker gives you a whole bunch of documents and exhibits and tell you, hey, can you add this stuff to the case? And you go, okay, yes, I will. once I get to it. So you put it to the side into a folder so that later on you can get to it. So this is what case sample data folders for me. And in here, I have a folder called images. All it is a folder of images. Okay. And in here I have what? JPEGs, puppy dogs, and the diagram that I need to show you guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select, I'm going to click on it, folder of images, and drop it into the media bar. Okay. Just click and drag, which brings us to the add media window. Now, I'm going to go in detail about this add media window in the next hour. Okay. But for right now, I'm going to just hit continue. All right. Here's my images, my folder of images. Okay. Puppy dogs and everything. Now, I'm going to use the first image to describe how we do things, how the licensing works. Basically, on Q has said that you need one license. One license has 2 activations. Okay. So if we have Lewis with desktop and he installs on Q, and Dale has a laptop and he installs it with on Q, that's fine. They just need to activate. So Lewis activates his desktop and Dale activates on his laptop. Great. They both create cases, data, right? Case folders. And they can share. They can open each other's case folders. No problem. As long as they have activation, that's cool. Anybody with an activation can open the case folder. Okay. Now, Lewis has a laptop at home. And you know what? He wants to work at home too. He wants to work on his laptop. Okay. So he installs on Q on his laptop. But wait, he needs to have an activation because he cannot access any of the case folder because there's no activation. All he has to do is deactivate the license right there off his desktop and activate it on his laptop. Now he has access to the case folder, but his desktop, no activation, no access. Now you can deactivate, reactivate as many times as you like. You don't need OnQ support to do that. And it's very easy to do. And this will not cancel your subscription. Any questions on that? Oh, before any questions, your data, your case folder is not tied to any user, any activation, or any computer. All right. Any questions about that? Okay, no question. I'm going to show you how easy it is to deactivate. Now, this is my data, right? All these images in here. And I'm going to go ahead and clear viewer. I'm going to go to help. And right here it says deactivate license. I'm going to go ahead and deactivate. Now, once you deactivate the license, the application will close and you will have to reactivate the next time you start on Q. Now, I said that you do not need the internet to use on Q. That is true. However, when you activate, you need internet connection because it will check your license ID and activation password with our server. Okay? That's the only time that you need internet connection when you're trying to activate. But once you got to activate, you can turn it on and off your computer. And, because it's already activated on that computer already, you don't need the internet connection. All right. This will not cancel your subscription. Do you want to deactivate? Yes. Let's go ahead and deactivate. Now, watch what happens. OnQ will immediately shut down. Now, let's go to my D drive. I'm going to go to this PC, and right here's my D drive. There's Tuesday. My data is safe. My underscore, all these folders are still here. When you deactivate, your data is safe. All right, I'm going to go ahead and reopen on Q. I'm going to go ahead and launch on Q. Now, I'm going to hit close for this. I don't want to update. Okay. Here's the scenario. Let's say you have Windows Update turned on and you're at a hotel room or office, war room, wherever you are. You're about to go to court the next day. Okay? And you leave your machine and go to bed, and Windows doesn't update. Okay? It doesn't update automatically, or whether you know it or not, it does it. So you get to the court the next day, and you get there an hour ahead, and your staff, your coworkers, tapping you on the shoulder, hey, we got last minute changes. Hey, we need to add this stuff in there. Great, no problem. You turn on your computer, and you see this right here. No license was found. Okay. All you have to do is get the license ID and activation password. But guess what? That's in an email that was 6 months ago, and you're going to have to go dig for that. And everybody's breathing down your neck, and you have to go find that email. Don't worry, we got you covered. This button right here, click for emergency 24-hour activation. Okay? It's a key behind some glass. Break glass for emergency. So let's go ahead and click on that. All right. It says on cue activate and be fully functional for 24 hours. Then you'll be required to reactivate using a valid license. The emergency activation feature will remain unavailable for use until you have done so. Do you want to continue? Yes. Let's go and activate. And you have to agree on this. Okay. There we go. We got the emergency activation valid until May 7th, which is tomorrow, 24 hours. Oh, and here's my recent case, Tuesday on my D drive. All right. The folder of images is still here. My data is safe. So you get to the end of the day. You made it. You made it live. And guess what? Now you're able to go find your license ID and activation password. Okay. So let's go to help. Go to about on cue. And right there it tells me, hey, you're still on the emergency activation. And remember I mentioned that, when you reactivate or activate, you have to have internet connection. And I don't trust the courtroom internet connection. Okay? I'm in my hotel room, war room, and I have good internet. Guess what? I'm going to go ahead and activate it now. So let's go ahead and deactivate and punch in deactivate right here. And I'm going to go ahead and punch in my license ID and activation password. Give me one moment to get my license ID and password. Okay, I agree. Okay. Okay, I'm back on my plan. It expires in 2030. I got lots of time. Okay. Go to my data is safe. Data's back, still there. Now, the 24-hour emergency activation is designed not to leave you stranded no matter what. Let me tell you, Microsoft Update, yeah, you know what? It does it to my other programs too. And I do an update, and my other programs, I'll go like, hey, you need to type in your user ID and password. Okay, that's fine. Those are other programs. So it's not just on cue that happens to. And it may have happened to somebody here before in our team. And that's why I say, hey, you know what? We need this feature. And that's why it's here. It's hot seaters. They know what they're going through. All right. Coming up in the next lesson, we're going to add documents, exhibits, and how to call those up and how to get them into the viewer window. I'm going to go ahead and open up for Q&A. Do we have any questions about what I just went over? Do you guys see a use for that 24-hour emergency activation?
Oh, absolutely.
It
Yeah, that
rarely
would be like a lifesaver. Oh my gosh.
I'm telling you, okay. Rob Helt, he's the director, and I can tell you that he started out with trial director, and I'm sure it happened to him before. I think he shared a story. One of the guys it happened to before, and they were stuck. So it was with an update, and he was trying to get trial director people to call him to help him out because it's not working, and he's in trial while this is happening. So yeah, we have faced this issue before. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put a 10-minute timer on, unless if somebody have any comments or question. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put a 10-minute timer on, and I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Sounds good? Good.
Sounds
Thank
good. Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Okay, we're back. I'm going to go ahead and start hour 2, adding documents to OnQ. And in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to prep documents for quick access in OnQ. And if you're taking notes, this is important. Let me go ahead and share screen. I want you to write these 3 things down. And they are how OnQ calls a document. How OnQ calls a document. And that's by ID, name, or Bates number. How OnQ calls a document by its ID, name, or Bates number. That is it. That's how OnQ calls a document. Now, of the 3, ID is used the most, and ID must be unique. Let me repeat that. ID must be unique. Now, ID has another name. It could also be called media ID. So media ID and ID means the same thing. All right, first I'm going to show you how OnQ handles documents. Basically the back end of OnQ and relative pathing. So I'm going to go to my File Explorer and go to my desktop. Right here is my case sample data folder. And in here I have a document, my new dog. Okay. I'm going to just go ahead and click it and just drop it in here like how I did with the folder of images. But you know what? This is one way of doing it. There's another way of doing it. And all I'm going to do is go to my Add Media button in the workflow ribbon. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And I said it was in my desktop, right? Here's my desktop. And on my desktop, there's my case sample data folder. Let's go ahead and open that. And right there is my new dog. I'm going to go ahead and select it, hit the plus sign, and it brings us to the same place, Add Media window. It's the same thing as clicking and just drag and drop into the media bar, okay? It brings us to the same place, the Add Media window. I'm going to go in details a little bit later, but right now I'm just hit continue. Okay, there's my new dog. I'm going to go to Annotate Present in the workflow ribbon so I could see in the viewer. And right here, all 18 pages of cute little puppies. Okay, it's all in here. Now I'm going to go ahead and collapse the tree right here. Okay, this is the parent. These are the children. I'm going to go ahead and collapse the tree. And I'm going to clear the viewer. Okay, viewer's cleared. And I'm going to go back to the same case sample data folder. And right here is my new dog. I'm going to go ahead and delete it. Okay, my new dog is gone. And I'm going to do one step further. I'm going to go to my recycle bin and I'm going to empty my recycle bin. All right, my new dog is gone. It is gone. Okay. So, you guys that use Trial Director, I think it was Lewis that used Trial Director before. What do you think will happen if I click on my new dog?
It'll show you it on your viewer screen, but not anything else.
Yes. All right, so there it is, my new dog. It's shown in viewer. And now, if you're using Trial Director, it will give you an error because my new dog is gone, right? But why is it still here? Let's go ahead and go to our case folder. I'm going to go to use the shortcut. Hold down Control, click on the directory path. And earlier I said, hey, OnQ will put it in here whether you want it there or not. This is the back end of OnQ. We're going to go to the underscore documents folder. And right here is my new dog. OnQ makes a copy for you. Why is that relevant? Well, because at the end of the day, your case folder, Tuesday, has everything that you added into OnQ. You don't have to go to the source, find paths or whatever. Hey, where's that file at? You don't have to do that because everything is contained in this neat little package in your case folder. Everything is here. Okay? I'm going to show you more later about that. All right. Now, that was just a demonstration to show you, hey, on the back end of OnQ, OnQ makes a copy for you. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to delete these two. Now, when you delete, there's two options. One is delete from database. The second one is delete from database and disk. And I want to show you what they mean by database and what they mean by disk. So for the first one, for my new dog, I'm going to right click on it. Here's delete. I'm going to just delete from database. Okay. For the folder of images, I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to delete from database and disk. Okay. Both achieve the same thing. In the media bar, my new dog is not there anymore. And the folder of images is gone too from the media bar. But let's look at the back end. I'm going to go ahead and open using the shortcut to the case folder, the underscore documents folder. There's my new dog. Okay. The folder of images is gone because I deleted from database right here and disk. The back end of OnQ is what they mean by disk. My new dog, I only did delete from database. It still kept it in the back end. So let's try that again. I'm going to just go ahead and click it and just drop it in here. Same thing. I'm going to go ahead and right click on it. I'm going to go ahead and delete from database and disk. And now let's go back to the underscore documents folder. And now you see that my new dog is gone officially now. I finally got rid of that new dog. So the disk is this right here, the back end of OnQ. The database is what we call the media bar area right here. So what would happen if we just add documents and exhibits into the back end of OnQ? What would happen? Let's go ahead and go to my case sample data folder. I have in here, I have my defendant exhibits and my plaintiff exhibits. I'm going to click on, select both of those. I'm going to make a copy. And I'm going to go ahead and paste it in here. You see that? Windows did the heavy lifting. Windows made the copy. Okay. When I did it with the folder of images and the my new dog, OnQ did the heavy lifting of making a copy in the underscore documents folder. Now, when I dropped it directly into underscore documents folder, Windows did the heavy lifting and made the copy. Now, there's nothing in the media bar because I did not add anything to OnQ. What I did was get it prepared to be added to OnQ. That's all I did. So I'm going to go ahead and add defendant exhibits. I could do it individually one by one, or I could just click for the whole folder, defendant exhibit, and just drop it into the media bar. And this brings us to the add media window. Now this time I'm going to go in detail about what each one of these columns mean and what some of these buttons up here are for. First off, we got the green dots right here. Basically, it's a visual representation telling you, hey, everything's good to go, ready to add. Okay, it corresponds to the last column right here, ready to add. Next up is the ID. I have ID as D1, D2, D3. This is just our recommendation. If you have defendant exhibits, just use the letter D and a number. For the plaintiff exhibits, we use the letter P. For joint, we use the letter J. For video, we use the letter V. It just makes it easier because I know if I have to type in defendant exhibits, I will misspell defendant or exhibits. I know I will. I'll mistype it. But right now, if an attorney tells me, Max, defendant exhibit 3, oh, D3, that's it. A letter and a number. I know I will not mistype that. Okay? That's why we do it. The next column right here is names. Okay? Now, a question would be, well, how does OnQ know, hey, what's ID and what's name? Well, let's go to the source file right here. On the source file, the stuff I got's been pre-formatted for me. So right here is the ID D1, and here's D2 with a long name right here. And in between that, there's a space. That space is my delimiter or separator. Okay? And we're using space as the delimiter. You know, your firm could be using something else. It could be a hyphen. It could be another special character or something, and you can adjust those. So right now we're using space. Here's where we can adjust that. For ID name delimiter, if it's a hyphen, okay, just check that. But guess what? I have no hyphens in my format in the source files I've been getting. So what does it do? It rolls everything into the ID. If there's none, same thing. Or if you have a custom character, just type it in here. But I'm going to take advantage of it. We have space. So let's use the space. Now, earlier I said ID must be unique. So you cannot have the same ID twice. It will know it, and it will prevent you from adding it into here. Name, you do not have to have a name in there. You can change the ID later on, and you can add names later on, or you could change the name later on. You just don't have to have one right now. But let's say that you want one. You go like, okay, there's no name here. Let's put one because I know this document. Let's call it blue. Enter. And this one, well, later on, I'm going to show you why we keep it short, the names, okay? Because if I want to do a search for this OnQ hotkey folded layout 04092015, I know I'm not going to get it right, okay? And I don't even know if there's going to be a space between hot and key. So I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to go ahead and change that to HK. Same thing with OnQ Just the Basics Quick Start Guide 1. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that, and I'm going to change it to QS for Quick Start. Keep it short and simple. You have an option to do that. Now, notice I did not change the source file. The source file stays the same. All we did was what OnQ would call that source file. For instance, D1 blue will refer to this source file right here. D2 HK will refer to this source file right here. D7 QS will refer to this source file right here. Okay? How OnQ calls a document by its ID, name, or Bates number. That is it. That is all it does. It go like, okay, D7 QS. Okay, this is the source file. That's what it will refer to. All right, next column.
I have a quick
Yes.
question.
Yes, go ahead.
So because I see something in the chat of and same thing happened to me earlier. If the plus sign is grayed out, like when we're trying to add documents and we can't add documents, and I see that they also tried to drop files in and it still won't help. What's going on there? When that gray plus isn't working that started this
Oh,
process.
the gray plus. Are we talking about the add media button up here in the workflow ribbon?
Yes, or it
Okay.
might be, yeah.
You have to
Yeah.
select, you have to make sure you select that item. Then you could go to the plus sign.
Okay.
Thank you, Luis. Hold on, I'm sorry to interrupt. That's me too. I had that same problem. I selected the document
Okay.
from my desktop files, right? And exhibit, and I tried to drop it in, but it doesn't work. What do you mean select the file?
Okay. Let me go. Well, what do you have? What kind of file is it? Is it a PDF?
Yes, it's just a
Okay.
PDF. I can show you my screen if you like.
You know what? I don't have that set up that way. You could try. Let's see if that works.
Oh yeah, I cannot. But I send the screenshot. I don't know if it's in the chat.
Okay. Let me go ahead and go to it. Give me one moment.
I feel like I missed that first step. And if you want us to like wait with questions till later,
No, no, this is fine. Oh, don't use that.
yeah.
That's not the great. That's not the button that we were using. So, you know what? Let me go ahead and cancel this part right here, and I'm going to go ahead and show you
Mhm.
what I mean. So this is the Add Media button right here, up
Yes.
at the top, right?
Mhm.
And let's see. I have. Where was I at? Give me one moment. It's on my Tuesday. Okay, there it is. I'm in here, and here's Tuesday. Here's my underscore documents folder. I can hit the plus sign now.
Yeah, me no, I don't. I don't see. I did the same thing. I did add media, and my plus sign is still gray. It just doesn't let me add documents.
Which plus sign you talking about? Because I'm using this plus sign right here, not this one.
Yeah, none of them.
None of
Like
them?
it's just none of them work. And I did exactly what you just did.
So you did select
And
that.
yes,
Okay.
it's
I don't know why this your button's gray right there. But can you just drag and drop it into the media bar? Will it let you do that?
not. Yeah, I tried. Doesn't won't do it. It just doesn't recognize it. Maybe I should restart
Oh,
my computer. I don't
wait.
know.
Let me see something else. You're not in a case.
What do you mean?
On the top left, you have notice I have Tuesday and a directory file and a directory path. You don't have one on there. You're not in a case right now. You didn't create a
But
new
I.
case.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
So
Oh, sorry.
it doesn't
Okay.
know where to go. It never created a case for you. So you don't have a Tuesday with the underscore documents, underscore audio visual, underscore transcript. Those folders were never created because you never created a case.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see now. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
It has to put it somewhere. So
Okay, got it.
good question. Thank you. It's perfectly fine. If you're following along and something's wrong, let me know, okay?
Okay, I also have a question.
Yes.
I got lost at some point, like when you have the green circle in ID name source file. I'm just having a hard time pulling up that screen after I copy and pasted my document.
Okay. You just dragged it in here. So let me go back to it. So right now I'm in defendant exhibits. You're in this
Yeah.
screen, right? Are you able to get to the add media window?
No, how are you getting to that window?
Um, this is like prepping it right
Oh,
before I'm adding into it.
okay.
Okay. Even if you click and drop it into the media bar, it goes into this add media window.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I see it. Thank you.
Okay. Now you can change the ID in here too because my format, my source file already has D1, D2 written in there with a space, right? So you might not have that, but you can put an ID in there and tell it, hey, call this something else, right? Call this like, D1, D2. You could name it yourself. I'll show you that in the next one when I do the plaintiff exhibits, where I'm going to go ahead and rename them for you and show you guys how to do that. Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and call this blue. Enter, and I'm going to call this. Great questions. I appreciate you guys for that. HK, and this one QS. All right. Notice that we did not change the source file. I know I'm repeating myself again. So all we did is how OnQ calls a document. D7QS will refer to this source file, okay, to this document. Any questions on that one, on that part?
Okay, so I created the case. I'm able to add the document. And when you say D1, is that the same designation we have to like
You don't
do in
have
our local folder when
you
because
don't
how
you don't have to call it
but
D1 for defendant exhibits. It's just recommended. If you have
okay.
already have a system the way that you call defendant exhibits, that's fine. Use what works for
Okay.
you, what
But
you're
what about
used to.
exhibit number?
Exhibit
Uh, What
number,
if, what if I want to call it just exhibit number so it's easier? Like,
yeah, you can do that. That's up to you.
okay,
But
thank you.
I'm going to show you the advantage of why we do it this way.
Okay.
Okay, but you can do it any way you like as long as it is unique. Okay, IDs must be unique. You cannot have two of the same ones.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but it's also like I won't be able to memorize exhibit, so it will be easier for me if I call defendants exhibit number one or the
Uh,
way we have it saved.
Now, Victoria, that's why we have names right here.
Oh,
So
okay.
if if let's say your attorney, he or she tells you, you know what, the blue document, that's why I have the nickname blue right there.
Oh, okay.
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 It just makes it easier. And then if they say quick start, and I go, oh, I know, quick start's QS because I didn't want to type out the whole name quick start. So that's why we do that right here. Make it efficient. Thank you very much for your comment. All right.
Thank you.
Next column is the media type. It tells me that all these are documents. And here's the page. Right here, this one, D3 is 892 pages, and D4 is 569 pages. Now, I want you to look on the bottom right here, on the bottom left. It tells me, hey, you're about to add 1,498 pages in 7 documents. More information. Now, everything looks great. I'm going to go ahead and hit continue. Go to annotate and present. Now, the reason why I show you the add media button right here, because I just like to click and drop, okay, and just drag and drop right into the media bar. That's the easy way. The reason why I was showing the add media and how you go, oh, you got to click on this, click on this plus sign, is because it's on the test. And so I want to show you that, oh, yeah, there is this function over here too. And I mean, it's so much easier to just drag and drop it into the media bar. All right, good questions. Let me adjust everything again. Okay, great. Now that we got all these in here, all the defendant exhibits, I'm going to show you something. This is the parent, right? D1, blue. Now, notice that hyphen right there. The hyphen right there is my delimiter, okay? This is my ID, D1, and the name blue, okay? And it refers to that one source file, the source document. And when I expand it, there's my tree. There's a children's right here. Okay. Now, watch what happens when I select the parent. On the summary calculator right here on the bottom, it tells me, hey, you got one document and 11 pages right there. Okay. If I hold down control and select more documents, it tells me on the bottom, hey, you have 3 documents and it's 1,472 pages. So your summary calculator updates when you have more selected. Now let's say that I open more and I have to scroll all the way down to get to the next one, and I need to, I need to collapse that tree because it's too much scrolling because it's 892 pages on here. I'm going to use something called refresh all F9. Refresh all F9 is right here under view. Right there, F9 is the hotkey. Refresh all. It does three things. Number one, it collapses the data tree in the media bar. Number two, it clears the viewer window right here. And number three, it refreshes the database. Let's say that you notice like, hey, everything's running a little bit sluggish. You hit F9, refresh all, it refreshes the database. It's just like your cell phone. When you notice your cell phone's running a little bit slow and a little bit sluggish, and then you restart your phone and everything's, well, runs better and smoother. That's what F9 refresh all does. It refreshes the database too. So I'm going to go ahead and hit F9, the hotkey, refresh all. Boom. It collapsed the data tree right here in the media bar. It cleared my viewer and it refreshed my database. All right. I'm going to go ahead and add the plaintiff exhibit. Let's go to my underscore documents folder. This time I'm going to just go ahead and click it and just drop it into the media bar, which brings us to the add media window. Now, there's two things wrong here. Number one, you see it in red, right? The first item right there in red. And what does the status say? Well, error. File uses unknown encryption. Basically, what that means is that that PDF is encrypted or protected. I would have to take that PDF, open it in Adobe Acrobat, type in the password, save it unencrypted or protected in order for me to add it to OnQ, because OnQ does not take encrypted, protected PDFs. Now, I do not have the password, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and uncheck it and put it to the side. So right here on the bottom, that's that EX1 where it's protected or encrypted. Now, another thing that's wrong over here is, remember I told you for plaintiff exhibits, I used the letter P, right? And it says EX2. So I'm going to go ahead and click on there. I'm going to change it to a P. Enter. All right, done. Right there, P2. I don't have to have a name on here. P2. That's great. Now I have 62 other documents to manually change the ID. And that is going to be very hard. That's going to be tedious. And I'm sure that you get more than just 63 documents. You guys probably get hundreds of thousands of documents at a time. And what we have here is a bulk naming tool utility right here. This button, edit ID and names. Go ahead and expand, drop down, edit all IDs. And am I adding a text before and after? Nope. I want to change the EX to a P. So I'm going to do the drop down, replace text. And this is exactly like Microsoft Word, find and replace. I want to find all the EX and I want to replace it with the letter P. Now I'm going to focus, I'm going to look at where the preview is. And right there, P3, P4, yep, that looks exactly what I wanted it to be. So I'm going to hit OK. And right there, P2, P3, P4, everything is bulk renamed for me on my IDs. And it's built right in here in the Add Media window, edit all IDs. Easy, right? Now everything's ready to go, but I want to show you guys one more thing. I said that, hey, IDs must be unique. So what would happen if you have another P2 over here? I'm going to change this P3 to P2. Look at that. It turns red and tells you you got duplicate media ID. That's why it's not going to go in. It's an error. You can't do that. IDs must be unique. So I'm going to change this to P3. All right, everything's good now. I'm going to hit continue. Now, notice again, even though I named this P2, the source file is still EX2. We do not touch the source file. The source file still remains the same. I'm going to hit continue. And there it is. All the plaintiff exhibits and the defendant exhibits are now in here. I'm going to hit F9 to refresh all. Any questions about that? Lewis?
None regarding that.
Okay, good, good.
Kind of just seems like find and replace, like kind of like in Microsoft,
Word,
like
yeah.
Word.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, that's exactly it right there.
very helpful.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of inputs from hot seaters how this program was going to run. All right, so we talked about earlier how OnQ calls a document up by its ID, name, or Bates number. That is it. That's how you do a search to find that document. You only find it by ID, name, or Bates number. All right. Now, there are also three ways to get a document to a viewer window. So the document that's in here, we need to get it to the viewer window. And there are three ways to do that. That's the name of the game. Get the document to the viewer. Once you get into the black monitor, the viewer window, that's like 80% of the battle. Once you get in here, you can do whatever you want with it because you have all these tools up the top. Now, one you already know of. We just go ahead and click on it in the media bar, expand it, choose each one, right? And it'll show up, right, by clicking on it. Now, you can also navigate by using the keyboard arrows. Now, I'm going to use an up and down arrow. I'm using going up. So I'll go from one document to the next page to the next page. Now, if I'm in the document and it's not expanded, it goes from one document to the next document when I'm using the up and down arrow. Now, if I want to expand that document, I use the the right arrow. That'll expand to P2. If I want to collapse the tree in P2, I hit on the left arrow. Okay? So you have all that navigation available with just those 4 arrow keys. Very easy. I'm going to hit F9. So that is the first way. Simple if you have 6 documents. If you have hundreds, that's going to be tough. So here's the second way. The second way is right here. This find by ID, name, or Bates number. That's it. It will not, this is not OCR. It will not go into the document and find the word BP or Gulf of Mexico. It will not do that. It has no OCR functions. It only goes by ID, name, or Bates number. And it's also a reductive search. What do I mean by that, Max? Well, for instance, if I type in I want to go to P42. I'm going to type in P. And as soon as I hit P, anything with P will show up on the bottom right here. Or 100 matches will show up right here. I type 4. Anything with P4 shows up now. So I'm going to go to P42. I hit enter. There I am. P42. Okay. P42 has, 7 pages it says. How do I know? Well, I can look at my calculator summary right down here. Right there. And right here. Now that dot right there. So P42 dot 7. That's page 7. Now if I go, let's say I need to go to D3, page 5. So I'm going to hit D3 dot 5. The dot means page. Okay. There's D3. Defendant Exhibit 3, page 5. If I want to use name, because I said ID, name, or Bates number, let's go ahead and find it by name, QS. Enter. There's QS. I have blue, BLUE. Oops. See, I didn't click in there. Find by. I have to click in there. Blue, BLUE. Enter. There we go. Simple, right? All right. That is a second way of doing to be able to get to your document to the viewer window. And there is the third way. The third way is the preferred way, and this is how most of your experienced users, hot seaters, do it. And that is using the X command. Earlier, I said, hey, if you're in the media window, you hit X, nothing happens. You have to be in the viewer window, and you hit X. Now Now I have show media bar right there on the bottom left. I'm gonna type in blue. Oh, I'm already in blue. Oops. Okay, I'm going to hit QS. There it goes. And I'm going to type in what's another one? Price. Oh, let me show you guys an example why we're going to keep it short. You see this right here? USB drive price list. That's a name right there. Okay. If I'm in the find by in the media bar and I type in price, it finds it for me. Okay. Now, if I'm in the viewer window and I use X and I type in price, it will not find it. I have to type in exactly the name in order to get it there. USB drive price list. Even though I put just US, I can get there. In the viewer window, I hit X, US, it does not get me there, not found. So the find by function is different than the X function. X, you have to be precise. Now let's go back to using X again. X D3.5. Great, I'm in here. I'm in Defendant Exhibit 3, page 5, and I'm going to look on the bottom of the viewer window, and I see that, okay, I'm on D3.5. Now, if I click on D3.892, it will jump me to the last page, or I could use this one right here, D3.1, I can get to the first page. Now, I can use the arrows right here, these arrows, or I can use the keyboard arrow. If I use the keyboard arrow, I better make sure I'm in the right focus. I'm in the viewer window when I do that. So right here, click on that. So I'm going one page at a time. I'll go to the last page. Great. That works really good. What happens if I need to go to page 450? Right? 450. I do not have to hit X. All I have to do is type in 4. I'm hitting the number 4. And right there in the bottom left, you see now it's go to page on the yellow bar. Okay, it's go to page. And I need to finish typing 50, right? 450, enter. Now I'm on page 450. If I need to go to page 700, just hit 700. I do not need to type X, just the numbers, because I'm inside this document, this exhibit. If I just need to go inside the document from page to page, I could just type in the number. I do not need to hit X. Now, I'm going to P42. Guess what? I have to hit X. X, P42. Enter. I need to go to page 5. Just hit 5. Enter. Questions, comments? You guys understand about that, right? Do not hit X when you're trying to go within that same exhibit document. If you want to go outside of the document, yes, you have to hit X. Yes, Victoria.
Yes, I hit X and then I have this yellow thing, but it doesn't let me type in it. Show media. Yeah.
Okay, I'll show you again. So I'm in preview. I'm in the viewer window. I hit X. I need to go to Defendant Exhibit 5. So D5, enter. Hit X, just type in the number. Just type in the exhibit.
Yeah, I did hit X and I
Okay.
see the yellow thing, but it doesn't let me to type in it. I don't know why.
Hmm.
It just, yeah.
Do you have
And I
any
hit the
IDs? What
X in
are
the
the IDs?
view.
What are IDs
Yeah.
you using in there?
I'm not putting anything. It just doesn't let me like type
Oh, you have to have something in there, right? Do you have any
documents.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What are they called?
One SPG something.
Okay. Will it let you
I
type that?
can, no, it's just like, how can I explain this? Like when you try to type in something, it just doesn't even let me in, like to
Hmm.
try. It's like, I don't know
Okay.
if others have the same problem. Is it
How,
just me?
how many pages are in your documents?
One,
One? Okay.
I can,
Each document only has one page. Okay.
yeah, just, this is just like a test. It's
Hmm.
okay. We don't have to like sit. We
Okay.
can continue.
All right.
Mm.
We can get back to that later.
Yeah, I can ask you after.
Okay. I'm gonna hit F9, right? Refresh all. So the idea is to get it into the viewer, your documents to a viewer as quickly as possible. And once you get into the viewer, it's all downhill from there. This is why we make the ID and name short, less opportunity to mistype. I mean, the name of the game is to get an exhibit as quickly and accurately as possible. Now, from the very beginning of this hour, I said, hey, there are three ways to call things up. And that's by ID, name, or Bates number. And we saw the name work, how the names work, and we also show the ID how it works. So now we need to talk about the Bates number. And how do the things, Bates numbers, work inside of OnQ? In my document D3, you see that, hey, there's Bates numbers in here, right? That's LM014250 and then 006955. And they just so happen to be all in order. Okay, this 892 page document has Bates numbers in it, and then everything's in order. Now, OnQ did not put it in there. OnQ is not a Bates numbering utility. Okay, and OnQ does not know how to read Bates numbers. Why is that? Well, because there's no program out there that's capable of reading the Bates numbers. Because there's no standards. Even within the same firm, there's no standards. It could start with any letter, any number, any character, any symbols. It could be all over the place inside the document. So there's no way to write an algorithm for that. But what we have is we can fill in Bates numbers because we need a human person to read it and go like, okay, you know what? Out of these three sets of numbers here, let's use LM014250 as the Bates number. Okay. And let's go ahead and right click on the parent. And right here on the bottom, fill Bates numbers. I'm going to go ahead and tell OnQ this is the Bates number for this whole document, D3. And it asks me, hey, what is the first Bates number? It is LM014250. Now, before I hit OK or anything else, I'm going to talk about this zero in here. That zero after the LM, that's a leading zero. I know Trial Director uses leading zeros, but that was back in the days when Microsoft Windows do not know how to sort numbers. It does not know that, hey, 1 is followed by 2, not 1, 1. That's why they have leading zeros, a placeholder. And OnQ is smart enough that it does not need leading zeros. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that leading zero and just put LM14250. Assign Bates number 2. Well, I want to assign it to all of this, everything inside D3. So D3.1 and substantial pages within D3. Okay, so everything inside D3. All right, that looks good. I'm going to hit OK. And look right there. Now we have, that's my ID. The hyphen is my delimiter, and there's my Bates number. It lists everything all the way down. Okay, all 892 pages has a Bates number. Now, we look at this one right here, D3.100. This document has a name, foundation. You know what? I want to add that in there. So since this one's selected, I can right click on it or hit F2. F2 is edit names and Bates number. I'm going to give it a name. I don't want to type out the whole word foundation. I'm going to call it found. I'm going to leave the Bates number the same. So now I have the ID, name, and Bates number. Any questions about Bates numbers? I'll give you guys one because it came up yesterday. What if we have in the middle somewhere, we have a different set of Bates numbers? Okay, so let's say we select this grouping right here. Right click on it, fill Bates numbers. Let's start it with something like what? GA, right? 115201. And guess what? I only want the ones I selected. I want to change the Bates number in there. Okay, selected exhibits only. Hit OK. Yeah, you can change the name, Bates numbers. Once you get it in here, you can change it again. You know, hey, you want to correct it? Okay, fine. You know what?
Wait, could you do that one more time?
Sure.
Sorry.
No problem at all. So I'm going to go ahead and select these three right here. Oops, right there. Right click on it. Fill Bates numbers. And what I'm going to create something different. Let's say MM458 randomly, right? Only just these three right here. Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
No problem. Now, let's say that, hey, you know what? The ID F2 right here. Edit name and Bates number. So you can add a name in there too. Okay, so now I need to find this one right here. This one with the ID, name, and Bates number. I'm going to use X, okay? I'm going to hit F9, X, and it's what? D3.100. Enter. There it is. I'm going to hit F9 again. Use X. I'm going to use the word found. There it is. And F9. And I'm going to hit X. Now this time I'm using the Bates number, LM14349. Same document. So on cue calls a document by its ID, name, or Bates number. That is it. There's no other things there. The only way you can get to the document is by its ID, name, or Bates numbers. All right. Any questions before I move into optimizing PDFs?
I have a question,
Yes.
not related to the content. What time are we going to break for lunch?
Oh, that's up to you guys. You guys on the East Coast?
Yes.
Okay.
And you?
I'm in Dallas.
Okay.
I'm in Central Time. So we can, during the next break, do you guys want 30 minutes for the lunch or you want it after that? I don't know what time, what works best for you guys.
I don't know what everyone else wants. Like, I'm not speaking for the group. You
We
guys
can
can
discuss that
decide.
during the break, I guess, or when you come, or I can send out a little email here, and we can respond to it to coordinate that before.
Yeah. I'm gonna need a little longer than 30 minutes. I have to go outside, but you guys, I don't know.
Up to you guys. What would you guys like? Okay, you guys discuss among yourselves. I'm going to go over optimized PDFs. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to go to my underscore documents folder. And right here in my PDF, this document, D3 and D4. All right, D3 is 604 megabytes. D4 is what, 2 gigabytes? These are pretty big PDFs, okay? Now, D3 is right here. I'm going from one page to the next. I'm just using the arrow buttons right here pretty quickly, okay? Almost instant. D4 is what, 2 gigabytes? And I'm just using the arrows. You know what? I'm going to just use the number. I'm going to use, what, 400? Enter. See, this is how fast it goes. Almost instant, okay? Under a second. Why am I showing you this? Well, sometimes you will get a PDF that is sluggish, that runs slow. It can be a second or 2 seconds slow, or it could be 30 seconds. I had a one that was 100 megabytes and it took 30 seconds going from one page to the next page. Why is that? Well, it has nothing to do with the size of that PDF. It has to do with who created it and not knowing what they're doing. It has to do with the creator using what, a layout, and then they have different layers, and then or they have information that's pulling from somewhere else, causing problems. They do not know how to create a PDF. That's why you have issues like that. So instead of taking the document out, going to Adobe Acrobat and say, hey, optimize it, you can right click on a document that's giving you problems, select optimize PDF, and you have options right here. You have 10 options. Now, the first 5 is already default pre-selected for you. Why? Because 99% of the time, the first 5 will fix that issue for you. Okay. Now, I wouldn't do it to all your PDFs because this process does take time. So, only if you notice something that's running slower, that's when you'll use that. Okay. Now, if you need help, you can go to the help button on top right there, and it'll actually go to our website. And it will give you definitions of what each one of those options are. Like, for instance, optimized image. It makes the PDF load faster and codes images as as JPEG. And one of them on the bottom that's not selected is flattened PDF annotation. Why would that help? Well, let's say you open that PDF in Adobe Acrobat and you notice that, oh, there's a sticker in there, an overlay sticker or an exhibit sticker on there, but it's not showing up inside on Q. Well, that's because you need to flatten it, because that overlay, that sticker is on another layer and it just needs to be flattened. And yes, you can go through this and it tells you more directly what each one of these do. Buttons, the flattened PDF annotations right here. I'm going to go ahead and just begin optimization. And right there, it's working in the background. It will take time. So any questions about optimized PDF? It just saves you time from optimizing, from having to get out of on Q and then go into Adobe Acrobat and then bring it back in again, adding the document. All right. Any questions about PDFs? Optimized PDFs? We try to make it easy for you guys so that save you guys time, because every little bits of time that we save you adds up. All right. Next up is the exhibit list. Now, I can get to exhibit list 2 ways. Export exhibit list. I can either right click right here, export exhibit list. So right here in the media bar, I just right click, or I go to file, export exhibit list. Same thing. I'm going to include the media IDs, include the names, right? Everything that we have in here, the IDs and names. I'm not going to include a Bates number because I have, 892 of them. I can do that. I can check it, or I don't have to. Right here is omitted media only. We'll go through that later. documents, pages. Okay, everything looks good. I'm going to go ahead and select begin export. And here's my exhibit list. Now, earlier I said, hey, OnQ created these folders for you, these underscore folders. There were only 5 of them. Now we have a 6th one, which is the underscore exports folder. OnQ just created that because I was doing exports. And right there is my exhibit list. Let's go ahead and double click on it. Right there, this can go to the opposing counsel or court and shows them, hey, this is all my exhibits, everything in a text file. Easy, right? We're good about reports and exhibit lists. Now, another cool thing that you can do with the notepad is bulk naming. Let's say, for example, you have P2 to P8. Let's say that you want to rename P2 to P8. Okay, or you get an email saying like, oh, hey, here's a list of things, that all the exhibits. I wanted you to give these names for it. Okay, great. So I'm going to go ahead and just highlight P2 to P6 because I'm going to do P7, P8 manually. I'm going to just go ahead and Control C, start another notepad, Control V. Now, notice that after P2, there's that space right there. That's a tab, okay? That's my delimiter. My delimiter is tab, and you can use pipe or comma for this function. So I'm going to use the tab because it's already in there. P2, I'm going to give it a name, sky. P3, circle. P4, box. And let's see, red, green. And I'm going to put down P7. I'm going to hit the tab. I'm going to put storm. And P8, I'm going to hit tab. And I'm going to call her what? Pen. Okay. I got all that in there. P2 to P8. I'm going to do file, save as. And I'm going to save it to my desktop. I'm going to call it names. All right. That's saved. Now, all I have to do is import names. I can go up here at the top, file, import, import names, or I can right click down here, import, import names, same thing. I'm going to go to my desktop because that's why I saved names, that notepad, that text file. Open. Now, earlier I said, hey, P2 afterward, I have a tab. That is my delimiter. You can have pipe or comma, but I use tab. Begin import. And right there, bulk naming. All right. In the next hour, next lesson, we're going to go over what to do in the viewer window. Once we get the documents from here into the viewer window, what are we going to do with it? Are we going to present it to the jury? How to use the viewer tools up at the top? How to organize it with the notebooks? All right. Do we have any questions? What about lunch? Do you guys prepare for lunch right now? And how much time do you guys need?
Yeah, I think we'll take that break now and we'll take it for 30 minutes. That's all right. That works.
Okay. So you want a 30-minute break? Okay. We could do that. All right. I'll put a timer on and I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey.
All right, we're back. Are we back?
Yeah.
Okay, good, good, good. All right, we're going to start hour three, tools and notebooks, and I'm going to do a recap. In lesson one, we went over the user interface. In lesson two, we learned how to add files to OnQ and how to put them into the viewer window. In this lesson, we're going to go over what to do with them once they're in the viewer window. Let me go ahead and share screen. All right. Let me hit F9. There are three tools that we're going to focus on, and that is the zoom tool right here at the top, and the letter Z is the hotkey or the command for that. And right here is the call out tool, the letter C for call out, and the highlight tool, which is the letter H. Let me pull up a document out. Let's see. Let's go with D. Okay, this is a good document to show you guys. We're going to use the zoom tool first, the letter Z. I'm going to just draw a box in the middle right here. And there it is. Now, the zoom tool is a general tool. What do I mean by that? Well, all I did was click right here and I held it down until it dragged it all the way to this corner. Okay? Just zoom in just for this area right here. Now, the zoom tool wants to fill in everything in the viewer window. So all this stuff at the top and on the bottom is fillers. It just fills it in. It's a general tool. Now, once we zoom in, you can continually keep zooming in all you want. Okay? To get out of zoom, you double click. Double click with the left mouse button. Let me draw the same box again. Now, another thing that you can do while you're in zoom is you can pan. I'm going to hold the right mouse button down and I'm panning. So you can pan by holding down the right mouse button. Another way to pan is using the S hotkey. Okay, S is in Sierra. Now, look at my mouse icon, the mouse cursor. It's in a magnifying glass with the plus sign at the spot plus sign thing symbol. Now, when I hit the letter S as in Sierra, it changes that over to a palm. Now I can just pan by holding down the left mouse button. And to get out of it, double click. Double clicking is your friend. It's always the left mouse button. All right, next tool is the call out tool, or the letter C. I'm going to draw the same box, and it shows me exactly how I drew the box. Now, I can move it up and down by holding down the left mouse button. Okay. And I can also pan, just like before, by holding down the right mouse button. And there it is, it's panning. And I could resize it by going to a corner or the edges and resizing it by holding down the left mouse button. Now I can also reshape my call out by going to the corner and holding down the control key. Okay, and I'm going to move it to the top left. I could do additional call outs. You can do as many calls as you can as long as it fits into that viewer window. And let's do one more call out. Now, just like before, I said, hey, to get out of things, you double click. So let's say that I don't want that second call out I did. Just double click on it and it's gone. It is that simple. Resize it. Now, you can do as many calls as you like, but if I go to another page, the call out's gone. I want to get rid of these call outs, right? And watch what happens when I go to another page, another document. All my callouts are gone. When I go back to it, it's gone. Why? Because I didn't save it. I'm going to show you how to save it after I do the highlights. Okay, so let's do the highlight tool, which is the letter H. I'm going to show you guys a drop down. Now, the drop down right here allows me to, hey, you can choose different colors. Okay. Now, right now, it's on the default color yellow. How do I know that? Well, because look at the icon right there. It's yellow. I can change it to, let's say, green or blue. Now it's blue over here. Right? The default color now is blue. But you know what? I don't like blue. I'm going to go ahead and change it back to yellow. Okay, now it's yellow. You do not have to be you do not have to have a call out to do highlights. You can just highlight on the document. Okay? Just like that. Let's go ahead and do a call out on that, so you can see it better. Now, just like before, double clicking is your friend. If you want to get rid of a highlight, just double click on it. Oops, double click too many times. Oops, wrong tool again. Hold on, let me get to my call out tool. Resize it. Double click on the highlight. Gets rid of it. Let's do another highlight. Now watch this. I'm going to right click on the highlight. And I'm going to choose the letter, choose the color blue. Okay. Now watch. My default color is still yellow. I'm going to show you again. I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to choose green. My default color is still yellow. Now, this looks good. I want to save it. Why? Because just like before, when I had all those callouts and I jump to another page, I lose all my annotations. Why? Because I didn't save it. So how do you save? Up here in the camera icon is Control S for save annotation. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And as soon as I save it, right here in my media bar, you have this right here. That little icon with the yellow bar tells me that's an annotation. And the ID is the document .1. So it's like I have Defendant Exhibit 4, page 6, right? D4.6, D4.6.1. .1 is that, means that annotation. Here's the parent one, D4.6, D4.6.1. That's my annotation. All right. I want to create another annotation, but I want to do it on to D4.6 again. I want to clear out all these annotations I've done. And, well, there's a couple of ways of doing that. I could either go to back to D4.6. Okay, no annotations, clean slate again. Or I can go to the eraser tool. The eraser tool, I can Control E to erase the last annotation or erase all, hit the letter E. Okay, so I'm going to use the letter E, hit E, boom, erase all. So let's start doing some annotations. I'm going to do a call out on this first paragraph right here. Okay, that looks good. And one right here. Okay, I'm going to do highlights, more highlights, and one more. I'm going to change this to red. Now that looks good. I'm going to go ahead and save this annotation. So I'm going to use Control S or the camera icon right up here. So now there's my first one, .1. There's my second one, .2. Go to the first one. There it is. Go to the second one. Easy. Now, let's say I show this to my attorney. He or she tells me, hey, this looks great. Can you put some arrows in there? Okay, we could do that. Now, right next to the highlight tool is the arrow tool. If you're just opening on cue, it might be set to freehand, this finger with the pen. Right underneath it is the arrow tool. It's Shift A. I'm going to go ahead and draw some arrows in there. All right. Now everything looks good. My attorney looks at it. He or she tells me, hey, this looks great. This is what I want. I don't need the other ones without the arrows. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and save it. Now, if I save the annotation, I'm going to get a .3, right? D4.6.3. And you know what? I don't need the .2. So I just want to update. I don't want all these annotations I've done, pages of annotations that I'm not going to use again, because this is going to replace the previous one with the ones without arrow. So I'm going to go ahead and just update. Just hit update right here, update annotation. And now, here it is, the one with the arrows. All right. Now, another thing that I do that you don't have to do, and that is to how easy to find annotations. Why is that? Let me hit F9 and I'm tell you, hey, go find your annotation. You know what? I don't know where it is. I have to open each one of these documents and look for a down arrow. And I noticed this D4, and right here's a down arrow. Okay, I have to open that again. Okay, there's my annotation, right? That's one way of finding it, the long way. Or you can use find by ID, name or Bates number, because once you click into that box, you have a drop down right here. And right here, annotation, checkbox. So let's go ahead and check that. And there's my annotations. Let me clear that filter. So that's another way. Or we could do exhibit list. In the exhibit list, when we export an exhibit list, it asks you, hey, do you want to show all your annotations? Yeah, you could check that, and then your exhibit list would have all your annotations. Let me show you. I'm going to right click on here, export exhibit list, annotation somewhere in here. Oh, save page annotations. There it is. Let's go ahead and begin export. I'm going to override the previous one. Let's take a look at it. I hope it's in here somewhere. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I put 892 pages in here. Yeah. You know what? Give me one moment. There's my annotations. Right there. Now, what I normally do is I'll go in there and I'll give it a name. I'm going to right click on it, hit rename. I'm going to call this A1 for annotation 1. That's not an ID, but it helps me find it. So I'm going to give it a name. And I'm going to give this one A2 for annotation 2. So now, when I go here and just hit A, oh, okay, there it is. There's my two annotations I have. Easy, right? It just makes me makes the demonstration much quicker. That's why I do that. All right, now that I got all these artwork right here, this on my arrows, with all the colors, everything looks great. And Lewis again taps me on the shoulder and say, "Hey, that looks great, Max. Can you put this in a PowerPoint?" Yeah, sure. Now, all you have to do is right click anywhere inside the viewer window, and it's only 2 clicks. I'm going to right click on there, copy as image. Now it's copied to my clipboard. I'm going to just go ahead and find my PowerPoint. Native files. Here's PowerPoint. And I'm going to just go Control V, paste it in here because it's on my clipboard. Right? Now, the background is see-through. It's not like a block of black or a block of white, as a background. It's see-through. So that's how easy it is. Let me delete that. Let's say I'm lazy and you know what? I don't want to put it into PowerPoint and go, hey, Lewis, let me just email it to you and you put it into PowerPoint. You can do that too. 2 clicks. 1 click in the viewer window and just hit save as image. I'm going to save it to my desktop. I'm going to call it slide. And email slide over to Lewis. Lewis takes it and he's able to insert it. Share this device, desktop. Oh, there it is. See, easy. Now, do we have to have annotations in order to save and put in a PowerPoint? No, you don't have to. So here's one without the annotation. I'm going to just right click on it, copy as image, Control V, right? No annotations, just a page. Easy. Any questions about what I just did with the PowerPoint and how to save and copy and annotations? Anything about annotations? I'm about to go into publish and how to present this stuff.
So when you can double click to undo, like last highlight, last, call out and, like to exit out of Zoom. What if, say, I don't know the likelihood of this actually happening, but say, you double click and like you double click when you didn't mean to and you delete something, or you try to double click, it doesn't register for some reason, and then like you do it multiple times and it deletes multiple things. Is there a way to undo when you undo, like, let
Yeah,
me see.
you just saw what I did, right? And I'm doing Control Z. Control Z, undo. Okay, now here's a kicker. I'll tell you more about Control Z, okay? Control Z has 100 undo. How do we know that? Well, let's go here. Let's go to here. Edit, preferences, presentation, and you're going to go to advanced. And right here, oops, undo. That's Control Z, and it's 100. Good question,
Gotcha.
Lewis. I was supposed to go into that later, but you know what? This is perfect. When you ask that question, I could go into it right now, and it's sticking to your head better.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now there's also a side thing about that Control Z. Control Z is 100. It remembers the history, right? When you do F9, refresh all, it clears that history because it's refreshing the database. So it refreshes the history too. Okay, just to make a note, if you do F9, refresh all, then you don't have all those Control Z because it does not have any of those in memory. Got it? Yes, Lewis?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to just show you again what I just did. You said, hey, what if you double click on something to get rid of something? Okay, I got rid of that. I'm double clicking. And now I'm using Control Z to get them all back. Right? Or because this is saved, I could just click on this again. Oops, there. Everything comes back. Because it's A2. Everything's saved as A2. Good question. Thank you. Okay, next up is publish. And there's 3 methods to publishing. I'm going to show you all 3. I'm going to hit F9, refresh everything, refresh all. Now, before I get started on how to publish and present, I'm going to show you my system setup, okay? Right now, you're seeing the jury monitor. Okay, that is the jury monitor. This is my laptop monitor. This is picture in picture. My laptop screen And that red monitor right there to the bottom right, on the right side, that is my jury monitor, and it's picture in picture. On cue does not have picture in picture mode. There's no button for that. This is my studio equipment that's doing picture in picture, because that's the only way to show you, hey, what happens in the jury monitor when I click on this button in my laptop screen. So just so you guys are aware, there is no picture in picture in on cue. There's no need for it, but we do need it for doing this class. Roger that? Everybody got it? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get a document in here. I'm going to choose this one right here. All right, I'm going to do picture in picture. I'm going to show you the method number 1. So I'm going to click on publish button up here, or I can click on F5. Okay, F5 is the hotkey for that. I'm going to click on publish, and as soon as I do that, boom, it's on the jury monitor. Okay, so that's what the jury sees. This is picture in picture, so you see exactly what I'm doing. All right, I'm going to use call out tool, and I'm going to go ahead and do step 2 right there. Okay, and you know what? I need to resize it. That doesn't look right. So let's go ahead and make it a little bit smaller. All right, that looks good. I hit F5. Now the jury gets it. Okay, as soon as I make any adjustment, make the adjustment perfect, then I hit F5 to show it to the jury. I'm going to do a highlight right there. That looks good. I'm going to hit F5 or publish. Now the jury gets it. I'm going to do another call out. I'm going to do the green button right here. And let me resize it. Okay, you know what? I want to make it perfect. I want to go ahead and hold down Control key and reshape the call out. Go to the other corner, reshape it. All right, that looks good now. I hit F5, publish. Now the jury gets to see it. Okay, this is method number 1. Now, watch what happens. Oh, there's another tool that I need to show you guys. You know what? Let me do that again. I need to hover over it. The command key is B as in Bravo for blank presentation. So when I hit on that, click on that, it blanks out the jury monitor. Okay, it blanks out my presentation. If I click on that again, it shows up again. Okay, so I'm going to B, blanket, B. Now, I can use the hotkey B. Okay, I'm going to use my keyboard B to blank it out, unblank it. Now, let's say that it's blanked out and I want to go back and I don't want to use the letter B. What can I use? Well, Lewis asked about it. Undo. You can do Control Z, right? I can use the letter B to unblank it or blank it. But if I want to use, I can use Control Z to unblank it also. Okay. All right. I'm going to hit escape, escape. Escape does the same thing. It blanks it out. And I'm going to hit escape again to get out of presentation mode. Okay. I hit escape twice. All right. I'm going to use the letter E to erase all the annotation I just done. E. Okay. I erase all my annotation. I'm going to show you guys method number 2. So I'm going to use the publish button again, or F5. Now, this is the difference with method number 2. I actually move my mouse over to the presentation monitor. Okay, you guys are going to be in the presentation monitor now. I'm going to do the work inside the presentation monitor, the jury monitor. Okay, so I have call out tool ready, and I'm doing a call out right there on the jury monitor. On my laptop screen, nothing's happening because my mouse is over to the jury monitor. Okay. So now I'm going to reshape it. And I'm going to do the highlight. Oh, you know what? I don't know my hotkeys. I can't remember what is the hotkey for that. So you can use Control T for toolbar, Control T toolbar, and look right at the top. Right there, I have a toolbar. I can use my highlighter. There we go. Once again, you're in the jury monitor right now. What you're looking at is the jury monitor. And I'm going to do another call out. I'm going to resize it. All right, this is method number 2. The jury gets to see my mouse move, okay? And it's kind of live because I'm working in the jury monitor. Nothing has happened on my laptop screen. Now, this is method number 2. Notice something's weird here. All the annotation I've done is only on the jury monitor, but I don't have anything in my viewer window, right? The annotation, the step 2, the green button is not in my viewer window, only in the presentation monitor. So what can I do? Right here in the viewer window, there's a drop down right here for that publish button. And right here is reverse publish, Alt F5, Alt plus F5. When I click on that, what's going to happen is all those changes I made, annotations I've done in the presentation monitor, I'll bring it back to the viewer window. So let's do that. So right now, I'm going to click on reverse publish. I do not have those callouts, annotations on there. Let's go ahead and click on that. And now I get it onto my viewer window. And that's Alt F5, reverse publish. All right, I'm going to hit escape again. And I'm going to go ahead and hit E to erase all in my viewer window, all the annotations. Okay, now it's gone. We're going to go ahead and do the third method, which is what most of the experienced hot seaters users do, and that is working on air, off air. And that is this button right here. That is the same thing as if like you're in a radio broadcast station, when the red light's on, everything's live. Well, that's what that means. Everything's live. Let me show you. I'm going to click on that on air, off air button. Notice now it's different than before. Before it was yellow glow at the top and a yellow bar on the bottom. Well, now it's red. It's giving you, hey, warning, everything that you do, the jury will see you do. Okay, so let me do that again because I didn't do a picture in picture when I did that. Let me hit escape. Okay, I need to show you guys picture in picture, and I'm going to hit the on air, off air button. The jury gets to see it as soon as I do that. Now, I'm leaving my mouse in the viewer window in my laptop screen. I'm going to do the same call out as before, but I'm working inside the viewer window. I don't have to stretch my neck all the way over there to look at the jury monitor because everything's happening inside my viewer window on my laptop screen right in front of me. Let's resize that and do a highlight. Look at that. The jury monitor gets to see it right away, even me when I'm dragging it. But they don't get to see my mouse. They don't see my mouse cursor moving around. Let's do another call out, the same one on the bottom, that green button. Okay, you know what? I want to reshape it because I didn't draw that box perfect. Yeah, they get to see that too. All right, there it goes. Let's go ahead and move it to over here and resize it. Go to corner. There. It's live. They get to see everything. Even though I'm working in the viewer window, they get to see everything live. The only difference is they don't get to see my mouse move. And this is method number 3. I'm going to hit escape to get out of it. I prefer method number 1 because I want to make everything perfect before I present it out there. I hit F5 when everything's right. Any questions or comments on that? Yes, Lewis. I saw you. You raised your hand.
None right now.
Okay. Do you prefer, which way do you prefer?
I think the second way, like once get the ins and outs more, the second way feels more fluid. I mean, they're still, I guess, like they can see the mouse and everything, and I wouldn't want the jury and stuff, maybe to see that, but it kind of felt the most fluid of the three ways.
Oh, good, good. Huh? Hey, any way that you feel comfortable with, that's the best way.
True.
All right. So next, we're going to talk about the publish lock, and that is new. Let me go ahead and hit F9, refresh everything. And the publish lock is located right here. Let me do that again. The publish lock is located right there. That is the publish lock. Okay, it has to do with mark exhibits. Mark is omitted. So let me show you. I'm going to go ahead and pick out a a page. I'll right click on it. Mark is omitted right there. And I'm going to pick a whole document. Let's pick this whole document. Something small like that one. And I'm going to mark as omitted. Okay. So I have a whole document, D5, and a page, D1.4. So what's going to happen is I have to turn on the publish lock. Now, this will prevent me from publishing anything to the jury that has not been omitted. So if I'm on D1.5 and I'm going to hit publish, it gives me a warning. You have 4 options. Ignore the publish lock at this time. Only omit page D1.4. So do you want to omit it so you can show it? Or do you want to turn off publish lock? Or omit the full document, which means we're talking about D1 right here, the whole thing, page 1 through 11 as omitted. So you can do that right there. Okay, it prevents you from showing it. Now, when you do the drop down for publish lock, there's some features available. Right here, show unomitted indicators in the media bar. So now, anything that has not been omitted has a symbol next to it, and it's very annoying. Let me show you. All those X's everywhere. It's because they have not been omitted yet. So I always have that off. Let's go ahead and have that off. High indicators. Oh, no. Okay, so the next 2 right here, shade omitted media icon. The only thing that we're talking about is the word PDF and that icon right there, that part right there. And when it says label, we're talking about this part right here, the ID and name. That's the label they're talking about. So let me show you. Let's go ahead and turn one of them off. Right there, that is the media icon. Okay. Right there, that's the label, your ID, name, or Bates number. Okay. Now you can also change the color to something else. You can change it to red. Well, as many other colors as you like. You can change it to yellow if you like. Now, if you hover over something that's been omitted, it tells you, hey, your omitted time was today. You omitted it today, May 6th at 1:02 p.m. Same thing right there. Now, I watched the discussion about this. I was like, you know what? I don't always click on something and admit it at the right time. I want to change that. I want to be able to edit that. That has come up. So you can go to View, go to Properties, F4. Now this one has not been omitted because I'm on the wrong document. Let me click on D1.4 right there, omitted, and I can have that edit the date and time. Yep, right there. So that's where you can edit it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and unmark omitted, unmark it, and turn off the publish lock. And that is the publish lock. Oh, forgot to mention, let's go ahead and mark it as omitted. I'm going to close this down. Now you have to find all your omitted. So guess what? You can go to find by ID, name, or Bates number. Click on the expand, the drop down, and right here, mark as omitted. Check on that, and it'll show you all your omitted stuff that you have done. Clear filter. Oh, D1. That was D1. Yep. Unmark. Okay. Any questions on the mark as omitted in the publish lock? All right, no questions. Moving on to the split screen. Now, the split screen hotkey is the / and the \. And it's this icon right here. That right there, that's the split screen. Well, when I expand on it, it tells you, hey, / / for the split horizontal. And we also have these two things right here. And I need to show you everything else before I get to that. And that is the lock screen panes and lock on save. Okay, that's later on is going to become relevant why we have that. And we call these active frames. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on it. And right there on the right hand side, you see the green right there. That means that is where my active frame is. Just like focus, you want to make sure that you know where your active frame is. Is it on the left side or on the right side? Right now it's on the right side. Why is that important? Because if it's on the left side, I click on a document, it replaces that document. If I'm on the right side, click on another document, there it is. That replaces it right there on the right side. So wherever your active frame is, when you click on a document, that's where it's going to go. Let's say that, hey, I said earlier, double clicking is your friend. So let's say I only want D4.8 showing. So all I have to do is double click on it, and there it is. That's D4.8. Let me go back to split screen, and let's do another one. Oh, I chose the same one. Okay, here's page 8 and page 9. Let's make it page 10. All right, we can do callouts in the split screen. So let's do one for each page. Right there. And I'm going to do a highlight in there. Okay, that's good. And do another call out right here. All right. Now, lock on save. If I save this, it'll lock it down. It'll lock the split screens. That's what these right here. Lock on save, lock split panes, okay? I'm going to go ahead and save it. Click on either Control S, save annotation. As soon as I save it, let's look at the media bar. These two refers to the same thing. Now, yellow bar in the middle tells me that's annotations. Each corner right there tells me it's locked down. The two gray panes in the back tells me that's a split screen. Okay, and these are the 2 pages right there. These two are the same thing. In this icon, it's telling me, hey, this is locked down. Okay, it locked on save. So what does that mean, Max? So right now, my active frame is on the left side. My active frame is on the right side. It really doesn't matter. Why? Because if I click on another document, it doesn't replace just that frame. It replaces the whole thing. So look, because it's locked down as one item, it doesn't replace that one frame. If I click on another document, it just goes to there. Okay, so that's what happens when you save and it locks down. Lock splits panes and locked on save. Now, if I want to just show this one, just double click on it. Questions about that? About split screen? It makes sense? Everybody understand what's going on? Okay, good. Because I'm about to go into notebooks. And you know what? I'm going to put a label on this one too. I'm going to rename this one. And I'm going to put A3 for this. All right, no questions. I'm going to go ahead and go into notebooks. I'm going to hit F9. And I'm going to select Built Notebooks right here in the Workflow ribbon, which brings us this Notebooks window. Now, how to organize your presentations. If you prefer to do the on-air, off-air method, then you would like to do it with the notebooks. Why? Because it makes it easy. Notebooks are great to keep everything organized for you, and you can add anything to them. Notebooks is a collection of media items grouped for organization or presentation purposes. Okay, let me show you. I'm going to hit the plus sign right here, and I'm going to call this Witness 1. So everything with Witness 1, it's going to go into this notebook. I'm going to start adding some of my annotations. So I have this one with the split screen. Now let's do that one in here too. Just drop it in there. Okay, right there. And I have these other ones right here. Now watch this. I'm going to select both of these. I'm going to do Control C. Right, items copy to clipboard. Go to the Witness 1, Control V. So I don't have to just drag and drop. I can also use Control C and Control V, right? Control C is copy, Control V is paste to add to the notebook. Simple. All right, I'm going to take the whole document, D1, and just drop it in there. Okay, the whole document, all 11 pages into D1. And I'm going to go ahead and just pick some individual pages from somewhere else. Let's see. All right, that looks good. Just drop it in there, just one page at a time. All right, I just built my notebook. Now, there's something about the notebooks that I need to state and tell you guys about. It's okay to delete anything from notebook as long as it is from the root. So the root is right here, Witness 1. Anything right here, I can delete with no problem. For instance, let's say P4.7 is right here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and delete that. Right click, delete. No problem. I could delete it all day from Witness 1, and it's still here. I can add it back in here again. Okay, now D1 blue, I'm going to go ahead and delete it also. D1 blue, delete. All right, good. But you know what? It's still here in my database, in my media bar. So I could do that all day. Let me go ahead and take that, put that back in here. The only thing that you can't do is deleting it when it's a children. Do not steal children. Basically, deleting from root is okay. Deleting it under a page or a doc folder is not okay. So watch what happens when I take D1.5, delete. And it gives me delete from database, right? It's not a regular delete. It's a weird delete. Okay, so I took that D1.5 out. Look what happens in here. D1.5 is gone from my database. So what do I have to do? Well, I have to reload it again, drop it in there, and then put everything back in. So let's fix that. Let me delete this. I'm going to get rid of that again. Delete from database, not disk. And I'm going to go to my K-sample data folder. Oh, no, not K-sample data folder. Sorry, guys. I'm going to go to my PC, this PC, go to my D drive. Here's my case folder, Tuesday. And right here, my underscore documents folder, defendant exhibits. Here's D1. Oops. Okay, there. Drop it back in here, D1. Called it blue. Okay, looks good. Here's D1.5. So yeah, do not delete. Deleting from the root is okay, but deleting it is under a page or under a doc folder is not okay. All right. What can you do with notebooks? Well, you can print and you can export. I'm going to do the print first. Let's say I have a witness right here, witness 1. I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to print. And you have lots of options right here, but I'm only interested in this one right here. Bates numbers, showing Bates numbers, ID, name. You have barcodes available too. You could put a barcode on the bottom. And you can also have page number on the bottom right. I don't need those. I want ID, name, and Bates number. Let's go ahead and print this. Okay, I want to call it W1 for witness 1. Save it to my desktop. And it is working in the background doing that for witness 1. All right, done. It's on my desktop now. I'm going to go ahead and minimize on Q. Close this one out. And right here is W1 for witness 1. Here's my split screen. That was my very first item. And what is good about that? Well, number 1, here's my ID. I can give this to my attorney, and he or she will know what to call it. There's my ID at the very top. Okay, defendant exhibit 4, D4.8.1, or A3, because I put a name to it. And he or she knows this page right here. Right? Everything has the ID and the name on the bottom left. Okay, here's D1, blue. Everything's in there, all the pages. And your attorney will know what to call each item. Next up is how to export notebooks. And there's a couple of them. We have a notebook text files and notebook package. I want to show you guys the difference. I'm going to right click on it and right here, export. I'm going to export notebooks. And right here is already chosen for you, notebook text file. The other version is notebook package. Let's go ahead and do notebook text file first. We can export. And it's going into underscore exports folder. Let's go ahead and do the next one. Export notebooks. export notebook package. Begin export. All right, there's the difference right there. Witness 1, this is the text file right here. .ocp, that is the notebook package. Let's go ahead and open Witness 1, the text file. Okay, that's all it is. You got the ID, Witness 1. There's the ID of everything that's in that notebook. Okay, now if I'm working with Lewis, I'm working on Witness 1 through 3, and Lewis has what, 4 through 10, and I finished Witness 1. I'm going to like, okay, here, Lewis, let me send this email, attach it to you, give it to you, email it to you, and let's replicate Lewis's computer. So he does not have Witness 1. I'm going to go ahead and delete this. Witness 1's gone. And you know what? He does not have any of those annotations I've done. So all 3 of these should not be, he should not have those. Let's go ahead and delete. All right. Now he's going to import Witness 1, the notebook package, because Max gave it to him. All right, import notebooks. And where did I put it at? Oh, it's in the underscore exports folder in the case folder. So let's go ahead and go there. Go to D and Tuesday underscore exports folder. Right here, witness1.ocp. Okay, .ocp is the network notebook package. Click on that, open. All right, now he has everything I've given him, and he also has all the annotation work I've done. Now, in order for this to work, Lewis and I have to have the same data structure right here. The ID and name, we have to have the same thing. Okay, at least the ID has to be the same in order for us to share notebooks. Any questions about that? Do you guys work in teams?
Yes, we typically, well, I guess it depends on the task, but something like using someone for a trial, yeah, it's typically
Okay,
teamwork involved in something like this.
good, good. Because earlier I mentioned that you guys could have a network drive, and if you guys are working in the war room or the office, if you guys are in the same room, you can use a network drive and just work off the same file, same case in that network drive. All right. Now, another thing that you can do with notebooks, and this is important. Let me show you. I'm going to go ahead and go to my case sample data folder on my desktop. And right here, I have native files. Okay, what are native files? Well, native files are your PowerPoint, Excel, text files, things that will not work in OnQ. Okay, Excel cannot be in OnQ. Like OnQ will not run an Excel file. Okay, so what can we do with it? Well, let me show you why I cannot do it. I'm going to drop in this Excel or PowerPoint into the media bar. Okay, as soon as I do that, you got this error right here. Unrecognized file type. Okay, you can't put an Excel or PowerPoint or text file in here because it's unrecognized file type. So what can you do? You can use notebooks. Now, I can drop it into Witness 1 right there. And if I drop it outside of Witness 1, it'll create a native file folder for me. Let me show you. Let me go ahead and just drop it in here. See, native files. Now, I actually don't want it in there. I want it inside witness 1. And I want to do the same thing with the PowerPoint. Just drop it in here. Okay. And the text file. Now I'm directly dropping into witness 1, right? Look what happens in the, let me close this out. I'm going to go to my case folder. Look right there. OnQ created that underscore native folder. Okay. And in there it is right there. I think it's because I dropped it out outside of witness 1. So that's why I created that native files for Excel. But everything's located inside the underscore native folder. All right. Watch what happens when I try to show the Excel file. You have 3 options. Number 1, you can hit F5, or you can double click where my mouse is right there, or click on this big button. OnQ is running side by side with Excel. It's not running that Excel file. Okay, let me show you. I'm going to do picture in picture. I'm going to click on that button right there. Oh, sorry. I'm going to move it over there. Maximize it. That's my presentation monitor. Close it out. And I'm going to go back to clicking on there. Okay, the last time I open and close Excel is in the jury monitor, so that's why now it shows up in the jury monitor. Okay. This is Excel that's doing Excel. It's not OnQ. OnQ does not run that. Basically, what we're talking about here is that inside the notebook, this is just a placeholder. Okay? PowerPoint, just a placeholder in here. I know that, okay, I got to show this split screen. Then I got to show this evidence right here, this page. Then I click on that. And I'm like, oh, I got to show a PowerPoint. An Excel. Guess what? I don't have to get out of OnQ, go find the folder, and then, oh, okay, here it is, and then double click on it, open Excel. So the placeholder is right here. You just double click on here, and it'll open that Excel for you. Okay? And then, now, any questions on that? People have questions about this. I just wanted to make it very clear that OnQ is not running that Excel. It's running side by side with OnQ. Any comments? Do you guys use Excel? Do you guys present Excels?
Yes, but typically I think they'd be exported into a PDF
Oh, okay.
for like the exhibit.
Now, if it's in a PDF, then you can add it in here, and then you won't have any functions of Excel, but you can use the tools. But for right now, when I'm running it, double clicking on this Excel file, it's running inside Excel, so I have no call out tools. None of those tools are available because it's outside of OnQ. Thank you, Angela. All right. Next topic I want to cover is let me delete that, is the Target Notebook. Okay, Target Notebook is great when you're doing on-air, off-air. And this is blue notebook right here. When I expand it, right here it says automatically add published media to Target Notebooks. I'm going to check on that. Okay, now it's on. And I'm going to do on-air, off-air. Okay. Notice that right there, A1 is showing because that's what I have in here. So I can go, okay, let's show the next one. And look at the target notebook. It recorded everything that it did. Right? Now, let's say that I have to do annotation on this one. Well, you know what? Let's pick something else. Let's say that I have to show this one. Because, sometimes you have a script. Okay, we're going to go here, go here. Oh, wait, we're going to go outside the script. We can do that. So we went outside the script, and we have to do a call out over here. But guess what? The call out that I'm doing right now is not in the target notebook. The annotation I've done is not in the target notebook. So what I could do is hit save annotation, and now it's in my target notebook list. Right there. All right. Let me go ahead and turn off on air, off air. Escape to get out. So basically, the target notebook, anything that I show, present to the jury monitor, it gets recorded in the target notebook. Let me go ahead and turn that off. And I'm going to right click on there and get rid of it because I don't really need it. All right. In the next hour, we're going to go over designations and videos. Do we have any questions about what we just went over? Did it go too fast?
No, that made sense to me.
Yep, same here.
It's all very helpful, even though it's a lot of information. I appreciate your
I'm
spending
trying
your
to be
time.
I'm trying to be as accurate as possible because it is a lot of information.
I was wondering, just a quick question, would it be possible to have this training in person at some point
Uh,
in DC?
in DC, I don't think we have that, but you could contact support, and I think Karen handles that because I know that Rob does it sometimes to do in person.
Okay.
Okay, but I don't know what his schedule looks like. Oh, one more thing about the notebooks. So let me show you guys really quickly, since we right before the break, right? Okay, so I'm going to take this part right here, P2 to P. I'm going to take that part, and I'm going to right click on it and just delete from database. Okay. Still in the back end of OnQ. Go to documents. Here's my plaintiff exhibits. Now earlier, I showed you how I added to here by just clicking it and just drop it into the media bar, right? Let's say you have multiple plaintiffs or multiple defendants, and you know what? You want to separate them. You don't want it all clumped up in the media bar. You want to have some kind of organization, and you can do that by just dropping into the notebook. It gets you to the same place, the add media window, right? I'm going to uncheck that, and I'm going to quickly do an edit all ID, and I'm going to replace all the EX with the letter P. Okay, everything looks good. Hit continue. Same thing as before. Right there. Now I have an organization, all the plaintiffs on different folders, right? Now it's all organized for me. I can use these instead. Or, hey, I need to find something, just go in here too. Simple, right? Any questions on that? I know I keep dropping things, sorry. There's so many things. It's like a black hole because it's very I'm supposed to teach you just the fundamental stuff, but you know what? There are things that you guys need to know to keep better organization. Like, yeah, you can put them into notebooks and then it'll get added into the media bar too. And yeah, why you want to do that? Well, keep everything organized. You might have multiple plaintiffs and multiple defendants.
You mentioned that this will be recorded, right?
Yes.
I mean, I wish you could cut out my question, but another thing is, do you have other supplemental videos that we can like watch,
Oh,
to,
yes, there's QCast. You guys heard of
okay,
QCast? It's on YouTube. What Rob does is he will present something, usually every Monday, has tips and tricks, good little tips and tricks, odd things out there. And you go like, well, I never knew that. You can add audio files to on cue. Yeah, he shows you how to do that.
okay,
Okay.
QCast.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And if you go on our website, it'll have a link to get you to that YouTube channel. All right. If there's no more questions, I'm going to go ahead and put a 10-minute timer on, and I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Sounds good?
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. See you guys in 10 minutes. All right, we're back. We're we're doing hour 4, which is designation and videos. Now, earlier Victoria said, "Hey, I wish we didn't record your questions." No, no, your questions what make this is your training, okay? And that's what makes it special. Otherwise, it's bland when there's no questions. Now, earlier I also said, "Hey, this is like a black hole time." No, I meant this is like a rabbit hole because why? There's so many different levels. Okay, there's the fundamental level, and then if you combine each things I tell you, what I'm teaching you, you can do a lot more complicated stuff. And it's like a chess set, where okay, this is how the pawn moves, this is how the knights and the bishops, what they can do. But in order for the advanced stuff, yeah, you have to do multiple moves and say, okay, to get that job done. So yes, it does get more complicated. All right. We're doing designations and videos, and I'm only talking about video depositions that has been synchronized to a transcript. And we're just dealing with synchronized depositions. Let me go and share screen with you. I'm going to close out the notebook window and I'm going to hit F9. Now, there are 3 kinds of sync files that you can add to OnCue. And they are .mdb, .cms, and .xml. These are the 3 kinds of sync files that you can add to OnCue. Now the .mdb, they've been around for a very long time, a very, very long time, and they just work. This is the Microsoft Access Database. The second one, .cms, that is Compound Media Storage. And for those that have used the Trial Director, this is the format used in Trial Director, and it may work, but time codes are handled differently by different applications, so be aware if the time codes are lined up correctly. Now, the third one, .xml, that is the Synchron Voice and Video. You can get an on-cue formatted XML. Now, later on, I'm going to show you that a .mdb transcript will automatically convert it to a .xml in the background without you even knowing it. Okay, I'm going to hit escape to get out of that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and add a transcript. So I'm going to go to my media bar. I'm going to click on the transcript tab. And I'm going to go to my my desktop. There's my K-sample data folder. And in here, I have 2 folders. On the bottom, I want you to notice 2 folders. I have a transcript folder and a synchronized transcript folder. I want to show you guys the difference between, hey, what if your transcript and your video file is in different folders or somewhere else? What happens if they're in the same folder? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go to my transcript folder first because there's my transcript. I'm going to use this one, SC091911. That is a Microsoft Access database, so that is a .mdb. I'm going to go ahead and just click on this transcript and just drop it into the transcript in the media bar. And right there, import completed. Now when I click on it, watch what happens. It gives me an error, that red bar right here. It tells me, hey, you got a media problem. File not found. We cannot find sarahcrockett.mp4. It doesn't know where the video file is. And it tells me to manually find it, show folder. Click on that and go find it for OnCue. I don't want to do that. I'm going to go ahead and delete that and redo it again. So I'm going to go to my other folder, which is synchronized transcripts. Same file again, same transcript again, right here, SC091911. But look above it, there's sarahcrockett.mp4. Okay, it's in the same folder. I'm just dragging just the transcript. Okay, taking the transcript, only drop it into the media bar, and look. The following media file was found in the folder with the imported transcript, sarahcrockett.mp4. Do you want to copy? Yes. Copy files. And it's got the video file too now. All right. Now in the media bar, we're going to look at the summary calculator. I'm going to expand that. And there's the media information. It tells me total runtime is 31 minutes and 47 seconds. Let me close that out. And I'm going to go to the workflow ribbon and select the create edit designations right here. All right, I'm going to be using the transcript viewer. So I'm going to go ahead and expand that more. Now, here's my transcript. The transcript's in gray and in italic. It means there's no sync. There's no time codes on there. Okay? There's no time codes on the right. That means this part has not been synced. I'm going to scroll down more. Oh, here they are. Here's my time codes. Here's the text that's in black. Okay? That means this is the part where they have sync. Now, I want to make sure that this is the correct transcript with the correct video. So I'm going to randomly just highlight this, right? I'm just clicking it and dragging it down. And I'm going to hit the eye icon right up there. It's a preview selection because I want to make sure that this is the correct transcript with the correct video. So let's go ahead and preview it.
And you're a BSN? You can't say,
Yes.
Okay, that is the correct transcript with the correct video. Let's close this out. Now you can also increase the text size of the transcript or reduce it. Once again, this depends on the resolution and screen size of your laptop screen. And right next to that is a transcript. You always want to make sure that you're working on the correct transcript. I know I only have one transcript in here, but you know what? Usually you get more than just one. All right, right next to that is the set highlighters color. Let's go ahead and click on that. And I want you to notice what the title is. Designation highlighters. That's what this is called. Designation highlighters. Now the colors, the default color is great. Blue, red, green. Okay, I could customize it, but I'm going to leave it on blue because that's where I want it. And here's the IDs and the name. I want to change the name from our designations to plaintiff designations. Okay, I spelled that right. And their designations, I'm going to call it defendant designations. Okay, I got the names changed. That's what I want. There's our counters, their counters. I'm going to leave those alone. Now, there's only 9 over here, but you could add more. I'm going to add number 10 and number 11. Highlighter number 10, and then you can have more if you like. And you can also put, now since number 3 is highlighted, I can move it down. I can move it up. So you could arrange it any way you like. Okay, everything looks good. I'm going to select Save Changes. And right there, my plaintiff designations, defendant designations. There's number 10 that I created, number 11 I added in there. Next up is the hamburger menu. Now, in the hamburger menu, I can adjust if I want to show the time codes and show page line numbers. I like to show page line. I don't need to show time codes. I'm going to go ahead and uncheck that. So now I don't have time code showing because I don't really use it much. Next up is the fine area. Now the fine area right here is different than the find by ID, name, or Bates number in the media bar. Why is that? Well, the fine area in the transcript viewer actually goes into the transcript and finds the word you're looking for. Now, I know this attorney says a lot of okay, so I'm going to go ahead and type in the word okay, enter. Right there, it highlights all the OKs in the transcript. Let me clear that out. This find by area only finds by ID, name, or Bates number. That is all. That is it. All right. Go to. The go to button goes to a page. What is this good for? Well, one of the scariest things that a trial tech has to do is impeachment clips live on the fly. Why is it scary? Well, because you don't get to prepare for it. It's live and it's a surprise. Like, hey, we're going to go do this. Okay. Now, watch how easy it is to do impeachment clips live on the fly with this go to button. We're going to do 2 impeachment clips. I'm going to just randomly do them. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and click on, let's just pick a number. Page 15, line 1 through 7. Okay, 15, enter. I'm going to just highlight 1 through 7, and I'm going to hit F5. I'm going to put you guys on the presentation monitor, and I'm going to hit F5.
192 over 111.
Based on your training and experience, what was the significance to you of the blood pressure being 192 over 111 at triage versus 203 over 117 at 2152?
Okay, I'm going to hit escape, and put you guys back to my laptop screen. Let's do another one. Let's go to, page 13, line 7 to 11. 13, enter, 7 to 11, and I'm going to hit F5.
Been written? You know by whom it would have been written?
Nope.
Okay.
Escape, and that's how easy it is to do impeachment clips live on the fly. Now, we are not creating designations when we're doing live impeachments. Why is that? Well, designations must go into a designation list. Okay? Designations must go into a designation list. And right now, let me show you. When I right click what I've selected, that add selection, Control S, is grayed out. That means, hey, I can't even add it to a designation because I have not created a designation list yet. So let's go ahead and create a designation list. I'm going to go to the designation tab in the media bar, and I'm going to hit this plus sign right here. All right, the ID default to DL1, designation list 1, and they're giving me a name, new designation list. I'm going to rename it. I'm going to call this Crockett designations. Crockett designations. Okay, I'm going to hit enter. All right, there it is. There's my designation list. Let me click on it, and then it'll reset this right here. Let me scroll down. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create 6 designations. 3 for plaintiff and 3 for defendant. And I'm going to randomly select 6. All right, I want to make sure that, okay, I'm on the correct one. I'm on the plaintiff designations. It's already selected. I'm on the correct transcript. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do this one. Now, when I right click on there, it says add selection. Hotkey is Control S. Now, all that's in blue because that's for the plaintiff designations. All right, right here is another one. I'm going to use Control S this time, the hotkeys. And right there, Control S. All right, now I got 3 plaintiff designations. Let's do it for defendant designations. So I select it. There's one. Control S. Now it's in red. Control S. And one more. Control S. All right, now I have 6 designations randomly chosen. We're going to go to the designation list and I'll show you what each symbols mean. All right, let me go ahead and zoom in on that for you guys. All right, there we go. Okay, the first column of rectangular red box, that's the start position, okay, of the clip, of the designation. The reason why it's in red is because it has not been tuned yet. This first line right here, also the first row, corresponds to this start position right here in the designation editor. Okay, and it's also in red because it has not been tuned yet. The next column right here, that's the stop position, not tuned again, and it corresponds to right here, the red arrow right here, because it has not been tuned yet. These down arrows, that is your automatic advance. So right now, when I play the first clip, when it finishes, it plays the second clip and third clip, fourth clip, fifth clip, and sixth clip, and it'll keep playing until the end of the list. Okay, that's what the automatic advance do. This blue line tells me that these are defendant designations and this is the plaintiff designations. Right there, that's my ID, DL1.1, DL1.2, DL1.3, .4, .5, and .6. This is page line to page line, and what transcript are we using? Crockett, Sarah, right there. Okay, that's what's in the designation list. Now, let me show you what I mean by the automatic advance. When I double click on one, on the second clip, so now whenever I play this list, it'll play the first clip, it'll play the second clip, and it'll stop after finishing playing the second clip. Now, all I did was just double click on that to turn the arrow. Or I can right click on it right here, automatic advance. Just click on that, enable automatic advance. Now it'll change it all back down. What you notice when I'm showing page line to page line is that they're all out of sequence. They're all not in the order of page line to page line. And that is not right. You have to have it played out in page line to page line order, right? So this is only 6 designations. I can manually move them up and down to where they're supposed to belong. Or I can click on designation list, go to sort designations by page line, and now everything is automatically in place in the sorted order. Page line. However, my IDs are off. Well, .1, .2 is right, but .6, .5, .3, .4, those are out of order. I could reorder them, renumber the IDs. So let's do that. I'm going to right click on the designation list, go to renumber IDs, and now my IDs are in order. Good, right? Easy. Okay, so let's take a look at the summary calculator. I'm making sure that I'm clicked on the designation list when I do that. Okay, so I'm click on the right here in summary calculator, media information. It tells me, oh, okay, there's 3 plaintiff designations, and it's 40 seconds. 3 defendant designations, and they're 43 seconds. Total run time 1 minute and 23 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and play this designation list untuned because I'm going to tune them. But I want you to listen for the starts and stops that sounds slightly off. I'm going to go ahead and put you guys in the jury monitor, and I'm going to hit F5.
Ms. Crockett, my name is Bobby McDaniel. I'm going to ask you some questions. The first thing I want to ask you to do is please be sure to keep your voice good and loud because A, I'm a little hard of hearing, and everybody on the other end of the table has to hear you, okay? And you're a BSN? What was your assigned duties at that time?
I was probably in the back, not at triage.
Assigned to one of the
Assigned
rooms?
to a room.
Okay. Customary for someone else to initial your entries as if they were yours?
Not typically.
Generally, at St. Ed's, was it a policy that the nurse who makes the entry is the one who should initial it or sign it?
I'm not really aware. I mean, I know that I should have signed what I gave, but
Okay. Tell us what that means, even though I think I know, but tell us for the record what it
it
means.
just looks like it took me one attempt to put the IV in.
Do you know where you placed the IV?
No.
And do you know whose handwriting it is? Okay, do you know, was it routine for you not to sign your own entries?
No.
You know by whom it would have been written?
Nope.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to hit escape, escape. All right, we're going to go ahead and tune, but before I do that, I'm going to click on Annotate Present in the Workflow ribbon. Now, watch what happens when I click on just one of the designations. It automatically opens up the designation editor and a transcript viewer. I really don't need this viewer anymore window, and it becomes the create edit designations windows, exactly what I needed. All right, so we're going to go ahead and tune these 6 designations, and I'm going to be using the designation editor. Let me show you what I'll be looking at. I'll be using this text right here. I'm going to be reading along and listening. And here's the playhead, this yellow pin right there. And here's the waveform. Okay. Now you can hold down the right mouse button to move it left and right on the waveform. Underneath that is the preview icon, the eye icon. Okay, that's my preview button. When I click on the preview button, the playhead will go forward 2 seconds when I'm in the start position. If I'm in the stop position, it'll go back 2 seconds and start from there. Okay, it's 2 seconds. Right next to the eye icon is the disk icon, which is a save icon. Okay, and I'll be using that. Now, right now, the start position highlighted in purple right there. Okay, this is the position I'm at. This is the stop position. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do the first one. I'm going to hit the preview button.
Ms. Crockett, my name is Bobby McDaniel.
Okay, that looks right, so I'm going to hit save. Now, as soon as I hit save, that save icon, notice that, hey, it's no longer red. It's white. And up here too, in the designation list. So now I'm going to click on the stop position. And I'm looking for
You're a BSN?
Okay, is over here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move that playhead over there and then save that position. Now, this time I'm going to hold down the control key because when you hover over the save button, it tells you control plus the mouse click. It will save the position and select the next tune position for you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hold down control, click on that save button. Now I'm on the next line and then start position. And it automatically moves me over. I don't have to click on start or stop. It automatically does that for me. Now I'm looking for what was your duty assignment? Assigned duties.
What was your assigned duties at that time?
Okay, that looks good. So I'm going to hold down control and save. And now I'm looking for, so assigned to a room.
Okay.
Oh, it's way back here.
Assigned to one of the
Assigned
rooms?
to a room.
Okay, sign to a room right there. Okay, I'm gonna hold down Control and save. Okay, I'm looking for OK is customary.
Customary for,
So OK is probably right here.
is it,
Oh,
okay, is it,
okay. OK starts right here. Is it starts right there. Let's say I show this to my attorney and he or she tells me, you know what, get rid of that OK. I don't want it OK. Start with, is it customary? All right, let's do that. So I'm going to tune it for, is it customary?
is it,
All right, that looks good. I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Now, look at the text right there. I have the word OK. OnQ is the only application that allows you to edit the text. So, and it's very easy to do. And of course, I would get a signed off. Somebody to sign off on it and tell me it's okay to do it. So let's go ahead and take out the OK. I just double click on that line. I'm backspacing it. You can highlight it and delete it. Same thing. And I'm going to hit enter. And I'm going to go ahead and go to the next position. I'm looking for but.
On what I gave, but
okay,
Okay, right here. I'm going to hold down Control and save. Tell us.
tell us what that means, even though I think I,
All right, that looks good. Control save. Looking for no.
you know where you place the IV?
Okay, right there. Control save.
And do you know whose handwriting it is?
All right, that looks good. Control save. I'm thinking it's back here.
Your own entries?
no.
Okay, no stops right there. Control save.
You know by whom it would have been,
Do you know?
you know by whom it would have been written.
Okay, that looks good. And I'm looking for that no.
Nope.
Okay,
What? That was it?
you know by whom it would have been written.
Nope.
Okay, right there. I'm going to hit save. All right. We just tuned the 6 designations. And I'm going to go ahead and play it for you. And before I do that, let's go ahead and expand this. In the media information, it tells me, okay, total runtime now is 1 minute and 11 seconds. So we did shave off some time. I'm going to go ahead and play it for you. And remember, on the third clip, that's where we took out the OK. And you're going to see that in the text. OK is gone. Okay, so I'm going to put you guys in the presentation monitor. Hit F5.
Ms. Crockett, my name is Bobby McDaniel. I'm going to ask you some questions. And the first thing I want to ask you to do is please be sure to keep your voice good and loud because A, I'm a little hard of hearing, and everybody on the other end of the table has to hear you, okay? And you're a BSN? What was your assigned duties at that time?
I was probably in the back, not at triage.
Okay,
Assigned,
we're about to go into this third clip.
Is it
There's the OK that we took off.
customary for someone else to initial your entries as if they were yours?
Not typically.
Generally, at St. Ed's, was it a policy that the nurse who makes the entry is the one who should initial it or sign it?
I'm not really aware. I mean, I know that I should have signed what I gave, but
Tell us what that means, even though I think I know, but tell us for the record what it
it
means.
just looks like it took me one attempt to put the IV in.
Do you know where you place the IV?
No.
And do you know whose handwriting it is? Okay, do you know, was it routine for you not to sign your own entries?
No.
You know by whom it would have been written?
Nope.
All right. I'm going to hit escape, and get you guys to my laptop screen. All right. I'm about to go into exports and reports. Do we have any questions about tuning designations? Do you guys tune designations?
No real questions, but it is really helpful that you can just edit the text right there. Makes it a lot more streamlined to me.
Yes, but also get somebody to sign off saying, hey, edit that long pause out. I'll take out
Right,
those
right.
words. I wouldn't do it without getting somebody to sign off. I always have a disclaimer. That's what the last people that I was teaching class to, they were telling, you always have a disclaimer, huh? I'm like, yep, always. Okay.
Yep, CYA.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do exports. And all you have to do is on the designation list, right click on it. And right here, you have exports. And you have a couple of choices on them. Export designations, there's text and XML. I'm going to show you the difference between XML and text. So let's go and do that. Right here is the text. I'm going to select the designation line format, on cue designation format. Okay, designation text file, on cue designation format. I'm going to hit begin export. All right, there it is right there. Crockett designations in a text file. I'm going to right click on it again and export designations. And this time I'm select XML. Okay, XML file. Begin export. Okay, the bottom one right here, that is the XML file. This is the text file. I'm going to show you what the text file look like. So right there, that's my ID, DL1. There's the name, Crockett designations, what transcript we're using, Crockett Sarah, and HL equals 1. That is the plaintiff designations. HL equals 2, that's what we chose for the defendant designations. Okay? And that's page line to page line right there. Okay? Page line to page line. So now, let's say that I'm working with Lewis, and you know what? I did Crockett's designations, and I'm gonna send it over to Lewis, and he's gonna go ahead and import it. So let's go ahead and get rid of Crockett designations. Delete. There we go, gone. And now Lewis, we're on Lewis' computer now. He's gonna import the designations. Crockett designations. So we're gonna go ahead and right click on it and select import designations. And right there is a text file. Okay, Crockett designation text file. Open, begin import. All right, there it is. Oh, look. He did not get all the tunes that I've done. All the work I did with tuning, right? And okay is still in there, right? Now, you know what? I like Lewis, so I'm going to give him the XML file. So let me go ahead and delete this. And I say, hey, Lewis, here's the XML one. Okay, import designations. And this time he's going to choose the XML. Open. Begin import. Okay. Now, look at that. The part I took out the OK, yep, it's gone too. So the XML keeps everything. All the work I've done is on the designation XML file. Now, here's a scenario. Let's say that you're told that you need to send opposing counsel a text file of page designations page line only. How do you do that? Let's go ahead and right click on it, export designations to text. We're going to select designation text file. Now in the format, we're going to choose page line to page line no text. Begin export. I'm going to overwrite the previous one. Previous Crockett designations text only, right? Let's go ahead and open that up because the previous version was the on cue format version. Now look at that. There's my ID transcript, page line to page line only. No HL1, HL2, because this is what, that's what the opposing counsel asked for. Simple. Now, one more export we can do, and that is the export to video with the edit in place that I've done. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and right click on the destination list, go to export, and there's export video. Now you have a couple of choices, a few choices for MP4. I would choose H.264. It's a better format. That's what I read, instead of the 265. And you can have the original size, or you can scale down. I'm going to go ahead and scale down because I don't really need the 1080p. 720p is enough for me. Include embedded text. Yes, I want to show that. Link documents. Well, I don't really have any linked documents in here. So regardless of whether I check that or not, it doesn't matter. Now, this next one right here. Save each designation as a separate file. If I have that checked, I will have 6 MP4s, video files. But I don't want that. I want all 6 video in one MP4. So I'm going to go ahead and uncheck that. All right, everything looks good. I'm going to go ahead and begin export. Now, this is working in the background. So, this is all hardware based. It depends on your processor speed, and your video card. It utilizes those hardware. And yes, if you have more than this, just 6 clips, and you want to make it faster, yeah, you need better hardware speed. So better hardware does make a difference. All right, the video's ready. I'm going to go ahead and minimize on cue so that you know that, hey, this is not on cue running it. I'm going to double click on that. Oops, give me 1
Ms.
minute.
Crockett, my name is Bobby McDaniel. I'm going to ask you some questions. The first thing I want to ask you to do is please be sure to keep your voice good and loud, because A, I'm a little hard of hearing, and everybody on the other end of the table has to hear you, okay? And you're a BSN. What was your assigned duties at that time?
This is a second
I
clip.
was
Let's wait for the third
probably
clip.
in the back, not at triage.
Assigned to one of the
So, assigned
rooms?
to a room.
Is it
Here it is.
customary for someone
Okay
else
is edit
to
out.
initial your entries
kept
as
it.
if they were yours?
Not typically.
And you can't really tell if it's on cue running it, or is it just, Microsoft Video doing it. So that's how good it is. Now, the reason why it's on MP4 is because you can give this to your attorney, and your attorney, he or she, can view it on an iPad, iPhone, while on a bus, on a train, on a plane, and get them to review it, sign off on it. Okay, everything looks good. Great. Done. It's almost like a universal format, MP4. Next up is reports. We're going to do a designation list report and a transcript report. We're going to do it both at the same time. We're going to right click on the designation list, and right here's reports. We're going to create the designation list report and a transcript report both at the same time. Just click on either one of them. The first option right here tells you, hey, designation list report. The second one right here is the transcript report. I'm going to indicate edited text, include linked documents. Well, I don't have any linked documents, so that doesn't really matter. I'm going to go ahead and highlight transcript text. I want to do that. And include cover page. Yes, that is the subtitle area. So let's go ahead and call this subtitle is here. All right, that looks good. I'm going to create report, and we're going to create both the reports, okay? Designation list report and a transcript report. Oh, look at this. We're in the Tuesday case folder. It does that to me all the time. Okay. We're in the Tuesday case folder. Originally, there was only underscore audiovisual, underscore documents, underscore sync videos, underscore transcripts, and now there's more stuff in here. I think underscore treatments was in here. I can't remember. Okay, so now we have underscore exports, underscore natives, underscore reports. Wait, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Yep. Treatment was one of the original one. These last 3 here was the original 3, and these first 2 right here was the original 5. And all these were created because, well, this is the first time we created a report, so now we have an underscore reports folder. Okay, let's review the designation list report. So on the designation list report, this is something that would go to your opposing counsel or court. And right there is the legend for the color legend, right? And the runtime, okay, 1 minute, 11 seconds. And right here, let me break it down for you guys. Page line to page line. How long does it take? Here's my ID for it, DL1.1. And the part where we edit it is right there. It says, hey, you edit it. We took out the okay right here. And the opposing counsel will see that and they go, okay, they're going to have to look up on the transcript. What did they edit out? Oh, they'll edit out the okay. Let me go ahead and go to the transcript report. This would go to your attorney. And it is on this one right here, the okay. We did not edit the transcript. The okay is still in there. All right. Any questions on what we just went through? Anything about the exports? Anything about designation reports or designations or tuning? All right. No questions. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys something on the transcript viewer. Go to page 22. Enter. Okay. So we have something called the pause indicator. Right here is a pause indicator. Okay, when I hover over it, it tells me, hey, this line runs for 20 seconds. That means that when one line, we usually have a default to go 12 seconds. If it go past that 12 seconds, that means there's a long pause in there. Now, on cue does not take out long pauses or objections. It does not automatically do that at all. Why? Because it requires human touch, somebody with authority looking at it and say, you know what, take that part out or don't take that part out. And that's why. But we indicate it and tell you, hey, there's a long pause right here. Now, you can adjust that time, the long pause indicator, by going to Edit, Preferences, go to Designation and Transcripts, and right here on top, Pause Indicator Threshold. It is set to 12 seconds. You can adjust it to, 15 seconds or 10 seconds? That's up to you. You have that option. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and select this part right here. And I'm going to hit preview and show you, hey, we got a long pause on it. What is it exactly? I'm going to hit preview.
Yes. Back at the time you made your chart entry on page 3508, would you have routinely reviewed any other portion of the chart other than that one single page upon which your initials appear?
Form.
After the word form, that's where the long pauses is.
Lost.
All right. We're going to go ahead and tune that out. So this selected area right here, I'm going to just do Control S. And let's look at the designation list. So this is DL1.7, clip number 7. And right here on top is a yellow bar. That yellow bar is my pause indicator. Okay, it runs longer than 12 seconds. That's why my pause indicator threshold is set. And I'm going to tune those out. Now, in order to tune it out, I have to split that clip. So let's go ahead and split the clip. I'm going to go right here. And remember I said, hey, form. Yep, it's right after it. That's where that long pause is. So I'm going to go ahead and select just that part inside that clip. And I'm going to right click on it and select split after. So now clip number 7 is this first part right here. Clip number 8 is where I lost at. Okay, so we split that clip number 7, now 7 and 8. So let's go ahead and tune out using the designation editor. Tune out that long pause. Okay, so I'm in the start position. I'm going to preview.
Yes. Back at the time you made your
Okay, that looks right. I'm going to hold down Control, save. Now I'm in the stop position. Okay, so it's way back there. That's all air time. Air. Okay, right here.
upon which your initials appear.
Okay, right there. That's good. I'm going to go ahead and hold down Control, save. Ah, look what happened in the designation list. That yellow bar is gone. Okay, we tuned it out. Now all we have to do is tune this next clip. So I'm going to hit preview.
Lost. So I would
Let's go right there.
lost.
All right, that looks good. I just need to find the I lost and
Lost.
okay, I think I lost. Stops right here. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and save that. And I'm gonna just go ahead and play these 2 clips for you guys. I'm gonna hit F5. So I'm gonna put you guys in the jury monitor. Hit F5.
Yes. Back at the time you made your chart entry on page 3508, would you have routinely reviewed any other portion of the chart other than that one single page upon which your initials appear?
Lost.
Well, that's it right there. Hit escape, escape. That's how easy you can tune long pauses. In the next hour, we're going to talk about how to make designations faster and easier, more efficient way, the real world way. And we'll be using the designation wizard up here. And I'm going to go ahead and open up for Q&A. Any questions about what we just went over? Do you guys leave long pauses or do you guys tune them out?
I'd prefer to tune them out. For this specific trial that we have coming up, we don't have like video depositions or anything like that. But yeah, definitely for personal preference, the more succinct you can be and like leaving out dead air time, I think the better.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Lewis. Anybody else with questions or comments? All right, no questions. I'm going to go ahead and put a 10-minute timer on, and this is the final 10-minute break because we're going to come back for the final hour, and I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. All right, welcome back to the final hour of the On Cue Fundamental Training. In this lesson, we're going to talk more about designations and videos. And let me share screen. Now, before I get started, I'm going to go ahead and add a transcript because we're going to be using the designation wizard. So let's go ahead and add a transcript. Let's see. I'm going to go here, hit F9, and go to my desktop. Let's see. Here's my desktop, and here's my case sample data folder, and synchronize transcripts. Okay, in here I have a .mdb. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a .xml transcript, and right underneath it is the two MPG file, the video files that go with this transcript. Yes, MPG. This is very old stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and just click on that transcript and just drop it into the media bar. And it automatically found the two .mpg video files. I'm going to go ahead and copy files. And there it is, Batula. Now, earlier I said, hey, Sarah Crockett, her transcript was a .mdb, and I told you it will automatically convert it to a .xml. So let me show you. I'm going to go ahead and go to the back end of OnCue, my case folder, and let's see, transcripts. Here it is, underscore transcripts, and here's Sarah Crockett, and right there, it is a .xml, not a .mdb anymore. It automatically converted in the background for you. All right, so I have the transcript in here and the video file. Let's take a look at it. Let's go to the summary calculator, expand that. Okay, it's 4 hours long. That video is 4 hours. I'm going to click on Designation Wizard in the workflow ribbon. And right here, it gives you a set of instructions. It tells you add, edit, or import a list using the toolbar above. And what it's talking about is this button right here, add new list, edit existing list, or import a list. Okay, these three buttons. And then tells you to set the transcript and highlighter. So here's the transcript, and there's a highlighter. Add or remove page line designations. Okay, so that's where we add all the page line to page line numbers. Now, what are the junk that we're talking about? It's examples right down here. I mean, there's symbols, colons, no colons, just space and words. It's all over the place. Okay. These are the junk that I'm talking about. Why? Well, it took 20 plus years experience, hot seaters telling you, hey, these are the stuff that we get. These are the junk that we get. They gave it to the developer, and the team took it and wrote an algorithm that will translate all that junk for you. So let's go ahead and go to my case sample data folder. Right here I have designations, and I have a Word document. It's an email from 2017 that Rob Helt received. Let me open that up. Basically, it's addressed to Rob. It says, Rob, I just received counter designations from opposing counsel. I'd like to know how long they are opposed to ours. They are also pasted below. Apologies for the varying formatting of the page lines. We had different people looking at different sections of depositions, and we're headed into our hearing. We would like to tell the judge roughly how long it's going to be. So the faster you can get us an estimate, letting us know the breakdown of how long each side has designated, the better. As always, the effort's much appreciated. All right, these are the junk that we're talking about. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select them, and I'm going to do Control C, copy it, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the designation wizard, select add new list. I have to create a designation list. So DL2, and I'm going to call this Batula designations. All right. And I'm going to choose the transcript, Batula transcript right there. And I'm going to choose plaintiff designations. So now I have my ID, name, the transcript I'm working with, HL equals 1. That's plaintiff designations. And I'm going to put my mouse right there. And I'm going to control V. I'm going to control V paste all the stuff I copied from that email. As soon as I do that, let's look at the preview column over here. Look, I got everything. Except I know that defense counter designations right here, and it did not denote that because I'm looking at the blue line. I do not see any red lines right here. So I'm going to go ahead and put my mouse right there, my mouse cursor, and I'm going to select defendant designations. HL equals 2, that's defendant designations. And right there's my defendant designations. Now, I trust the algorithm because I've seen it work several times. But let's say that you see a really, really weird one and you don't know if, you know what, we translated it correctly. All you have to do is hover over that line and it will show you, hey, this is what we translated as. So right there, page 26, line 4, okay, right there, to 27, line 15. Yep, that looks correct. All you have to do is hover over it to spot check. Now everything looks good. I'm going to hit Save Designations. And let's go to the Designation tab. And right here is Batula's. Okay. Now, I'm making sure that I'm on the designation list so that I can go to the summary calculator. And now I could write back that email. Say, hey, there's 21 plaintiff designations. It's 12 minutes and 20 seconds. And there's 7 defendant designations, and it's 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Total runtime, 16 minutes and 46 seconds. Okay, of course, these are not tuned yet, but yeah, these are rough. Right, maybe shave off a couple of minutes out of it, but we're close. So that's how easy you can use the designation wizard. You know, you could get an email, you can get it inside an Excel spreadsheet. Yep, the real world way of how you get designations. Any questions about the designation wizard? All right, no questions. Now, the designation list is not confined to just that one transcript. You can combine them. So I'm going to just do a general combination, okay? I'm going to combine both the Crockett designations and the Batula designations together. All I'm doing is just selecting both, holding down Control to select both of these, and I'm going to right-click on it, and right here on the bottom it says Create New Designation List from Selection. Since those both lists are selected, let's go ahead and create it. I'm going to leave the ID the same, and I'm going to call this combo. Right there, both of them. There's my Sarah Crockett transcript, and there's my Batula transcript. Easy, right? All right, I'm going to go ahead and go to Create Edit Designations, and I want to show you guys something. Earlier, when we're in the Annotate Present and we're in the Viewer window, when we click on the drop down for that Publish button inside the Viewer window, and this is where you learn about the reverse publish Alt F5, right? There was stuff over here available. You could publish on air, off air. You could do regular publish F5. It tells you the hotkey for publish on air, off air is Shift F5. Now, in the Create Edit Designations in the transcript viewer, the publish button is different. Okay. So I'm going to make sure that I'm in the Sarah Crockett one. And I'm going to go ahead and randomly select just that text right there. Okay. I'm going to I clicked and dragged that area. Now I'm going to click on the publish button. I'm going to expand it. And right here we have a publish as text only. Okay. I'm going to click on that, but I'm going to put you guys in the presentation monitor, and I'm going to click on that publish as text only. There's no hotkeys for it. It's text only. That's it. Nothing fancy about that. Even though you can see that my mouse cursor is set to highlighter, I can't do any highlights because it's text only. The only thing I could do is scroll my mouse up and down, or if I hold down my left mouse button or my right mouse button, I can go up and down with it. That is all, because this is text only. Let me hit escape to get out of that. All right, so now you know publish text only. Next up is the designation dashboard. The designation dashboard is a lifesaver. It lets you know where you are and everything you need to know while presenting designations. Now, you can open it by go to View, F6 right there. That's a hotkey for it. Designation dashboard. There's my designation dashboard. And guess what? It doesn't do a thing when you're not presenting. That's why there's a button up here on the top right, a checkbox. So this is checked automatically, default checked. So what it will do is automatic open dashboard when presenting videos. Okay. So watch what happens. I'm going to close this out. And I'm going to go ahead and go to Crockett designations. I'm going to go and hit F5 to publish.
Ms. Crockett, my name is Bobby McDaniel. I'm going to ask you
I'm
some
going to hit
questions.
pause.
The first thing.
There's my designation dashboard. And I'm going to show you picture in picture. That's what's being shown to the jury monitor. Okay. The jury monitor is seeing the designations. Now, there's a lot of controls over here. I can go back to the previous clip, or I can go forward to next clip. Here's my play pause button right there. And one of the most asked questions, how much time do we have left? Are we there yet? And that is right here, time remaining for the whole list. Whoops. Oh, I didn't let go in time. Okay, 1 minute and 22 seconds right there. That's how much time for this whole list. And right underneath that, on the bottom of that, is the current page and line number. You know what? I can't even see that. Let me go ahead and escape and do that again. Okay, page line numbers right here. Because if you're presenting and you look away for a second, well, where are we now? You can see it right there. We're on page 4, line 23. And right here tells you, hey, this is the first clip we're wanting, DL1.1. Okay, it is total runtime is 15 seconds and we're only 4 seconds in. And this is for the whole total list. Its total runtime is 1 minute and 26 seconds and we're 4 seconds in. So all this information is right here available for you. Very easy. Now, of course, this middle part right here, that is a thumbnail of what's being presented in the jury monitor. So here's my
What I want
play.
to ask you to do is please be sure to keep
Pause.
your voice good and loud.
All right, I'm going to hit escape to get out of this. And look, designation dashboard goes away. Because I don't need it when I'm not presenting. Any questions about the designation dashboard? It's fairly easy. It pops up when you need it. All right. Next up is linking documents to videos. We've made it so easy to do. And you also have a playlist. That's how easy it is. Okay. You know exactly when it will show up, and it's easy to do. So let's go ahead and do that. Link docs to video. It's up here in the workflow ribbon. I'm going to click on that button. And here's the 6 windows I need to do that particular job. Now, right now on the media bar is on designations, and I have a designation window, so I don't need both. But on the media bar, I do need documents. So let's go ahead and pick out a document. Let's do this one, USB drive price list. Okay, that looks good right there. And I'm going to use a designation list over here. So I'm going to use the Crockett designations. Okay, and I do not need notebooks anymore. Let me close that out. Now, earlier I said, hey, make sure that you're working in the right transcript. It's important. You want to make sure. So in the transcript viewer, I'm going to be using that. So I'm in the Batula transcript. So that's not where I want to be. Let me select Sarah Crockett. There we go. And designation editor, I do not need that right now. So I'm going to just kind of minimize that a little bit because I need the transcript viewer more. All right, I'm going to work on, I found the document that I want, D6.1. And where do I want to put it at? Let's see. Let's go to Crockett designations. Here's the first clip. Let's put it in on line 24. Okay, I wanted it to link on line 24. So let's go ahead and click on, it's just click and drop. That's it. It's very easy. I'm clicking on the document and just dropping it on line 24. And as soon as I released it, you have this chain link icon. Okay, and when I hover over it, it tells me, hey, you link a document D6.1 right here on line 24. And right here on top, on my designation list, it gives you more information. That chain link is right there too. Okay, so it's page 4, line 20. Page 4, line 24, D6.1. Now, D6.1, that document will keep showing all the way through till the end of this list. The only way I can make D6.1 stop is number one, there's 2 ways. Number one, I can replace it with another document, or I can clear link documents. I'm going to go ahead and do both. So I'm going to go to the next clip, and I'm going to replace something right here on line 19. I want to put something there in line 19. So let's pick another document right there, drag it, and just drop it. So now, when we look at the designation list, it's like a playlist. It tells me, hey, this is shown at this time right here. It shows up right here. It replaces by D6.6. And on the next column, oh, you know what? I need to add one of those that we did annotations on. So let's go ahead and find one with annotations on there. All right, this one with the arrows. Let's go ahead and drop that one right here on the next clip. Let's put it right over here. Line 16. And I want to clear it. Well, I could clear it right here. Right click on it. Clear link documents. Easy. Or I can do it on the next clip. Well, that is the next clip. Okay, let's give it some time. I'm going to choose this one right here. Right click on there. Clear link documents. So now look at the designation list. Everything that's going to happen clearly stated right there. Okay, and that icon right there is a document with an X in it. That means clear document. I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys. And I'm going to put you guys on the presentation monitor, and I'm going to hit F5.
Ms. Crockett, my name is Bobby McDaniel. I'm going to ask you some questions. The first thing I want to ask you to do is please be sure to keep your voice good and loud because A, I'm a little hard of hearing.
There it is.
And
That's the first one.
everybody on the other end of the table has to hear you, okay?
Replace it with D6.6.
And you're a BSN? What was your assigned duties at that time?
What is it?
I was
There it is.
probably in the back, not at triage.
Assigned to one of the
assigned
rooms?
to a room.
Is it customary for someone else to initial your entries as if they were yours?
Not typically.
Generally, at St. Ed's, was it
I
a
didn't do it
policy
fast
that the
enough, but I
nurse
can
who
still
makes
move
the
these.
entry is the
These
one who
documents
should
are live.
initial it or sign it?
I'm not really aware. I mean, I know that I should have signed what I gave, but
Tell us what that means, even though I think I know, but tell us for the record what it means.
it just looks like it took me one attempt to put the IV in.
Do you know where you place the IV?
No.
And do you know whose handwriting it is? Okay, do you know?
The document's alive. You put a document link in there. You can work on them. You could do call outs. You could take call outs out if you already have annotations on there already. You can move them around. Cool, right? Let's say that the first document, D6.1, it's not been emitted yet. And guess what? I have it linked in here and it's showing. And you know what? I caught it. I'm like, oh no, it's coming up. What can you do? Well, we could do Control F for full video. And then Control Z, like Lewis said before, to back out of it. So let me show you that. I'm going to get you guys in the presentation monitor. I'm going to hit F5.
Ms. Crockett, my name
Now,
is
when
Bobby
the document
McDaniel.
shows
I'm
up,
going to ask you some questions.
I'm
The
gonna
first
use
thing I want to ask you
Control
to do is
F.
please be sure to keep your voice
Nope, there
good
it
and
is,
loud
Control
because
F.
A, I'm a little hard of hearing.
I
And
hide
everybody on the other
the
end of the
document.
table has to hear you,
Control
okay?
Z to back out of it.
And you're a BSN?
Control F for full
What was your
video.
assigned?
So Control F for full video and Control Z to undo it. All right, let's take a look at the reports now. I'm going to do just the one report. I'm going to just do the designation list report. We don't need the transcript report. Okay, so right click on it, report, designation list report, include document links, and yep, everything's good. Great report. Override the previous one. All right, look at that right here. Now we have this part, document links to video, D4 and D6. And remember that playlist in the designation list? It's right here too. So I have my link right there, another one, another one. And where I cleared it is right here on this line right there. Simple, right? It's so easy. You just click and drop, and you don't have to be surprised because you can see your playlist. Simple. All right, let me close this out. Now, we're going to talk more about the designation editor. Let's say you show this, you show that report, give it to your attorney. And he or she tells you, you know what, that looks great, but I don't like it when the D6.1, the first document, pops up on line 24. I want it showing up at line 22 instead. Okay, so right here, line 24, your attorney, he or she wants it showing up on line 22 instead. This is where we're going to use the designation editor. Right here on the bottom, page 4, line 24. Let's change it to 22. Click on it. Change it to 22. Enter. Simple. Easy. If I want to get rid of it, just hit X right here. That would delete that link. Now, the controls on here in the designation editor, it's more like micro control specific for that line, for that designation. Okay. I can select, hey, let's hide the video when that document shows up. Okay. And on the next clip, I want to hide the text. Okay. This is just for that part. Let's go ahead and I'm going to hit F5 to show you guys. Put you guys on the presentation monitor, hit F5.
Ms. Crockett, my name is Bobby McDaniel. I'm going to ask you some questions.
We
The first
just
thing I
hid the
want to ask you
video.
to
The
do
video is
please be
gone.
sure to keep your voice good and loud because A, I'm a little hard of hearing, and everybody on the other end of the table has to hear you, okay? And you're a BSN? What was your assigned duties at that time?
I was probably
There it
in
is.
the
We hide the
back,
text.
not at triage.
I'm going to hit
Assigned
escape.
one of the
Assigned
rooms?
to
Now, there's a macro controls, and let me show you where that is. Go to Edit, Preferences, Designation, and Transcripts. This is where we can control where everything is. So, for instance, right now, it's on default. The video, when it's linked to a document, it's going to be shown on top left, and it's eighth of the screen. Okay? And right here underneath that, this checkbox shows scrolling text. If I uncheck that, this whole case will not show any scrolling text. Now, top left, you have these other options that are preset, top left, top right, middle, left and right, bottom, left and right. And you only have a few sizes. The smallest one is eighth of a screen, other ones is a quarter of a screen, and sixth of a screen. So this is more of a global control. Now there's more specific controls right here in the designation editor, and they are located right here. The little green men right there, and the zoom. So let me show you. This will hide video for this designation, just the designation, not global control. It's just micro control. And next to it, we can zoom in on the video. Okay, and you can pan left and right with it. I'm going to go ahead and click on reset. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the video that we have. I'm going to go ahead and export the video. But you know what? Before I do that, since I'm already on the designation editor, I want you to notice something. That, hey, why are these chain link symbols in red? That one right there is in red. That chain link is in red, right? And also we have a link over here in red. Well, that's because we can tune link documents. You can tune those. What do you mean by tuning them? Well, let's take a look at the transcript viewer. Right now, we have on line 22, as soon as it says, I'm going to ask, I'm going right here, that's when that document shows up. What if we want it at some question, like right here? We want that document to show up exactly at right here, okay, at some question. Well, we can do that. Let's go ahead and tune link documents. I'm going to go ahead and click on, highlight this area right here, and I'm going to click on preview.
Ms. Crockett, my name is Bobby McDaniel.
My name is Bobby Daniel. Okay. I'm going to go to right here.
My name is Bobby McDaniel. I'm going to
Ask you. I think that's right there. Okay, I'm going to save it because we're really close. He says ask is right here. So you, I'm assuming, is right there. Wait, what did I do? I'm totally lost. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions right here. Right, and that was not the spot. Sorry, guys.
Ms. Crockett, my name is Bobby.
Oh, I was in the right place. Sorry.
My name is Bobby McDaniel. I'm going to ask you some.
Okay, ask you some questions. It's right here. Okay, now I'm gonna just save that position. I'm gonna go ahead and play it for you guys. I'm gonna put you guys in the jury monitor, and I'm gonna hit F5.
Ms. Crockett, my name is Bobby McDaniel. I'm going to ask you some questions. The first thing I want to ask you to do is please be sure to keep your.
So I did get that right. Ask you some, and then boom, that document shows up. It doesn't have to have the beginning of the line. It could be in the middle of the line somewhere where you want a specific word. And notice that once I tuned it, it's no longer red. It's in white. Also on the designation list. Very easy, simple and do. I'm going to go ahead and right click on there. I'm going to export to video. I'm going to include the link documents. I'm not going to check this because I don't want 8 separate videos. I want the whole thing into one video. Okay, everything looks good. Begin export. Override the previous one because I don't need multiple MP4s. While we're waiting on that, does anyone have any questions about linking docs to videos?
No real questions, but it's definitely helpful.
Good, good. Do you guys think that you will use the MP4s? Do you guys have clients that requires just the MP4 of the designations or depots?
Not haven't experienced it, but I mean, you can have, I mean, different clients can be different levels of like meticulous. There's some clients that like, they want every little piece of, everything that we do, any product. Some it's more of, just give me what I need at the end, what's most important, but
Mm-hmm. I see. Thank you, Louis. All right, I'm going to go ahead and minimize on cue, and I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
Ms. Crockett, my name is Bobby McDaniel. I'm going to ask you some questions. The first
Okay,
thing I
some
want to ask you
questions.
to do is please
So
be
no
sure to keep
video.
your
We
voice good and
adjusted
loud
that in
because
the
I'm a little hard of hearing, and everybody
designation
on the other
editor.
end of the table has to hear you, okay? And you're a BSN? What was your assigned duties at that time?
I was probably
No
in the
text.
back, not at triage.
Assigned to one
So
of the
assigned
rooms?
to a room.
Is it customary for someone else to initial?
So everything that we've done, all the changes we made, is intact in the MP4. Okay, even the link documents. All right, we're going to go into audio visual. And do we have any questions at all about anything, starting from the designation wizard all the way down to right now when we're using the designation editor and the transcript viewer? All right, no questions. Let me go ahead and go to annotate present, and I'm going to hit F9. I'm going to refresh all, F9. And we're going to talk about audio visual. Now, audio visual is any video that is not synced to a transcript. For instance, cell phone footage, security cam footage, dash cam footage, and even the MP4s I just created, because they don't really have a transcript synced to them, right? Even though they have text in there, they're not synced to a transcript. Now, this is not a professional video editing system. There is no resolves, there's no fade, there's nothing like that, nothing special. Okay, it's just down and dirty. It just gets the job done. I'm going to go ahead and go to my File Explorer, go to my desktop, and here's my K sample data folder. Here's my AV, and I have a clip in here. Let's go ahead and just drag it and just drop it in there, which brings us again to the Add Media window. And I'm going to give it an ID. I'm going to call this V1 for video 1. And I'm going to give this a name. Let's call this bike. Okay, everything looks good. I'm gonna hit continue. Now this is an MP4. Okay, and mostly I get questions about, hey, what kind of video format does OnCue accept? Well, let me show you how you can find out. You go to Edit, Preferences, and right here is Files. And right there is all the video file types that are guaranteed to work in OnCue. Underneath it is all the audio file format that OnCue will accept, guaranteed to work. And on top is all the images file types format that will work in OnCue. Okay, it's under Edit, Preferences, Files. It's a big list, right? I was told that the video was that was a substantial list right there. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and click on this, and I'm gonna go ahead and show it to you guys under On Air, Off Air. I'm gonna do picture in picture. Okay, On Air, Off Air, and here's my play button at the very top. Now I can zoom in, and I can keep zooming in. I'm gonna hit pause over there because the sound is just annoying me. Now I'm gonna move my mouse over to the presentation monitor. Okay, my mouse is right here in the presentation monitor. I could double click on it, zoom in again. I'm in the presentation monitor. I can do it in the viewer or in the presentation monitor. I'm gonna do Control T for toolbar. And right on top of here, I still have Control in the toolbar. And I could also do arrows right here. It's limited, but there are some tools in here too. Okay, it's not like when you have a document on here where you can do callouts and other tools available. But over here, yes, on videos, you have limited amount. You still get the zoom, you still get the split screen, and you get some of the polygon, the boxes you can draw, and the arrows. Okay, now on split screen, let me go ahead and click on that. Same thing as before, you have the active frame. However, you cannot have two videos at the same time. You can only do a video and a document. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go picture in picture and show you guys. I'm going to go to the media bar, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the document. So yeah, you can have a document, do a call out, but a call out will not work over here. It only works over here where the document is. And I'm going to go ahead and double click. Right there, if I choose one side of the active frame and double click on it, it'll take over the full screen. All right, let me go ahead and get you guys back on my laptop screen. I'm going to hit escape to get out of presenting. And I'm going to show you another tool that we have. And that is that you can create clips. You can create video clips. Okay, let me go ahead and get rid of this ellipsis right there. Okay, there you go. I'm going to go ahead and randomly choose an area, and I'm going to create a 5-6 second clip. So let's go ahead and choose that right there with the playhead, and I'm going to select that as a start position. I'm going to move the playhead forward right there, and I'm going to select that as a stop position. And right here is save clip, Control S. I'm going to go ahead and click on that, and there's my first clip. Let's create a second clip. Select the start position, and let's see, right there. Now before I save this one, I want to go ahead and have it zoomed in. So I'm going to go ahead and use the zoom tool and just select that right there. And I'm going to save the clip. Okay, this is the first one. This is the second one. The second one's zoomed in. Now, even though it's zoomed in, you can always unzoom it. Okay, all the information is there. I'm going to go ahead and play my clip. Now, I'm going to leave you on my screen. Now, watch what happens. When you play the first clip, it just stops. It does not go any further. Why? Because there's no automatic advance in audio visual. So what can you do? Well, this brings us to the media script. I'm going to go ahead and create a new media script. I'm going to leave the ID MS1 and I'm going to leave the name default in here. New media script. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and click on this button right here, which expands to a window. Why? Because I need to drag and drop. And so I'm going to go to my audio visual. I'm going to just drop these two clips on here in the media script. Now the media script, look what it has. It has the automatic advance. When I right click on it, there's the automatic advance. I can click on that, enable it, and look, it's different than the designation list, because in the designation list, it does not have that wait time underneath it. This one allows me to have a wait time. I can select wait a second or half a second before rolling in the next video. So that's what that's for right there, like a pause. Or I could double click on the arrow right here. And now, okay, I'll play this one, go to the next one. It stops. Automatic advance. Now, there's a difference between the media script and notebooks. Okay. Notebooks is a collection of media items grouped for organization or presentation purposes. Media script is a sequenced arrangement of media often used to create a specific playback order for presentations. Okay. Both tools serve different organizational and presentation needs within OnCue. Now, I have these two clips running, and so now when I play this first one, it'll automatically go to the second one. But you know what? I want to do something crazy. Let's go ahead and add one of these designations in here. Let's do this one. Let's just drop it in here in the middle. Okay, and this one also has a link document in it too. Let's go ahead and play it. I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to put you guys on the presentation monitor, and I'm going to hit F5.
Is it customary for someone else to initial your entries as if they were yours?
Not typically.
Generally, at St.
There
Ed's,
it
was
is.
it a policy that the nurse who makes the entry is the one who should initial it or sign it?
I'm not really aware. I mean, I know that I should have signed what I gave, but
Here's my second clip zoomed in already, and I can unzoom it by just double clicking on it. Oh, I was not fast enough, but you could do it while the video was playing to unzoom it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hit escape, get you guys on my screen. All right, any questions about the media script? I'm about to do backups now. All right, no question. Let me go ahead and choose this right here, and I'm going to hit F9. Okay, F9. Okay. All right, I'm going to go to my case folder. Here's Tuesday, right? Going to my D drive. There's Tuesday. Everything's in that package. I'm going to go ahead and select copy. go to this PC, go to my external hard drive, which is the letter E, and I'm going to paste it in here. Now watch that. That was 5.1 gigabyte. Okay. And yes, it's taking a while, like 20 seconds. I feel like that's a very long time. I'm spoiled. And this is USB-C, so it's doing it pretty fast. All right, there it is. It's on my E drive. That's my backup copy, Tuesday. Okay, I just backed it up. Real simple. Let me close that out. I want to work in my backup copy. So there's a couple of ways I could do it. I could go to File, Open Case, and just find that on my E drive. Okay. Or I can go ahead and close this out and just reopen on Q. Right here, it says D drive. That's my original Tuesday. Okay, so I don't want to go there. So I need to open, and I'm going to go to my disk PC, go to my E drive, and right here's Tuesday. Click on it, and I'm going to select that folder. Okay, now I need to look on the top left right there to make sure that I'm in the right folder. Okay, so that's my case folder, Tuesday, and the directory path. I want to make sure, yep, E drive. Okay, so this is my backup copy. Now, in the tools section, in the tools menu, you can see that there's a backup and restore database right here. Create a new backup. Let's do that. Okay, I'm going to call this what? Tuesday afternoon. All right, there it is. Oh, look, it's done already. What? And look at the size, 1.4 megabytes. And the backup was created successful. So, what's the difference between the backup I did on my E drive and this backup and restore? The fast one, the 1.4 megabyte, is just this database right here. Okay, it's just this data tree. The files in my database, that was not backed up. Okay, it's just this data tree. The real backup is when I copy it over to an external hard drive. I consider that as a real backup. Now, what is this backup and restore good for? Well, let's say that, P2 to P8, your attorney, he or she tells you, you know what, we don't need these anymore. Okay, I don't need this. Let me go ahead and delete. And you know what? I'm going to just delete from database, not delete from database and disk, because I want to keep it in the back end of OnQ. So I'm going to go ahead and delete from database. Good. All right, now it's gone. Later on during that day, your attorney comes back to you and say, hey, you know what? We need that stuff again. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and go to Tools, go to Backup and Restore. Oh, here it is, Tuesday afternoon. Restore, select Backup, Restore. All right, there it is, P2 to P6.
Oh, that's so helpful.
Okay, Lewis, just be careful when you do backup, and just understand when you back up to an external hard drive, that's the real backup, okay?
Okay.
Okay. This is just for the database, the data tree over here. Okay? That's what it's good for.
Gotcha.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I always want to make sure that people don't confuse, like, hey, that's not a real backup. It's just a data tree. That's all it is. I always say, hey, backup. Always back up.
For sure.
Next up is the optimized database. So let's say that you do the refresh all F9, and guess what? Everything's still a little bit sluggish. It's still not running as fast as you like it. So let's go ahead and do the optimized database. It goes into deeper levels, okay, and does more than the other one, and database is healthy. Okay, so that's what that's for. That's available. Underneath it is database first aid. This is only needed in a network environment when you have a server. When three people are working on the same thing at the same time, and it may rarely causes an error. But if it does cause a malformation error, this is where you can recover it. And because I'm not on the network, hey, database first aid is not needed. Everything's good. Now, me and Rob have done some testing before. He lives about like 2 hours away from me, and we work on the same database. He has a NAS network drive at his house, and I'm remoted into that network drive. Yeah, you can do it that way. We're working on the same case, but you know what? There's a lag time because I'm doing it over the internet, and I can see that, okay, he's making changes. I won't get to it until he finishes it before I can get to that file. So yes, you can work in teams, but how the hot seaters work, the professional guys on our team, yeah, they're doing it all in the same room. They're all in the same room, and they have a network drive, and they're all accessing it. And yes, you're able to work in a network environment. It is possible. All right. It looks like we're at the end of our training. I'm going to go ahead and open up for any questions. Any questions at all? I know it's a lot.
And also, is the email that we got the invitation stuff for this for, is that one a good one if we do come up with more questions? And so, because for right now, I guess it's more of I'm trying to like absorb all this, and I feel like a lot of it it's like very muscle memory, you know?
Yes.
So like, is there a good email in case I do come up with like immediate questions here soon?
You know what? We all monitor the support channel. So if you have any questions, you can just ask support.
Okay, sweet. Well,
Okay.
no big questions for me right now. That was very helpful. And then also having the manual, the PDF, having that downloaded and looking at that beforehand too also made a lot of this finally make sense to me.
Oh, good, 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 good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Angela or Dale, Joshua, anybody have questions? Tracy? Haven't heard from you.
No, I know you haven't heard from me. I've been pretty quiet. No, but this has been very informative. I don't have anything coming up, so for me, it's just not knowing that it is available is actually really nice. I mean, I wish I'd had this when I went to trial 10 years ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. The technology's changed. It's constantly
Right?
changing.
No,
Yep.
seriously. But anyway, no, it's been very informative. So
Great.
I've been trying to like Lewis trying to absorb it all. It was a lot of information.
Well, good thing this is recorded. We'll get you guys a link.
Right.
But
No, I love that.
Thank you, Tracy.
But thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to help us. That was really
Oh, no, I
helpful.
appreciate you guys. You guys have been very, very, you know, asking good questions and comments. I really do appreciate that.
Makes you feel like we're listening. Is that
Well, sometimes I need feedback like, hey, I'm explaining something. I know that it was complex, but I just want to make sure that you guys are getting it. And so
Yeah.
if that helps me a lot, so that do I need to dive in
Absolutely.
deeper or do I need to go faster? That's sometimes I need that feedback to know.
All right, awesome. Again, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. All right. Since there's no more questions, I'm going to go ahead and end this meeting. Oh, Angela, please.
Oh no, I was just gonna say thank you and bye.
Oh, bye-bye. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, thank you.
Bye. Have a good evening.
Now, Victoria, did you want to go through anything earlier? You asked some
No,
things
no,
before.
it's okay. I won't take more of your time. Thank you so much. I will rewatch this video multiples of times
Okay.
to understand something, but I also realized that my ambitions, for now, I have to put them away.
Okay, I
to,
understand.
to get on the hot seat, I have to watch this video a lot of times. Thank you, though.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you,
I appreciate it.
everybody. Thank you, Victoria. All right,
Bye.
bye-bye.